Testing. 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 Still trying to get my own stream to pop up. Testing. Boom. Did I save the thumbnail? I did. Boom. It's going to be difficult. It doesn't need to be difficult. I don't know why it has to be. Now, why does it say part 3 still? Oh, because it... Did I not change it? Oh, I didn't change it. That would explain why. Put it in the playlist. And once again, it's going to have the tags, but it's not going to have the game. That should be everything I need to change. Boom. Live. And boom. Now, YouTube stream, whoa, no way. I probably should change that at some point. But it is kind of funny. Also, I forgot to post. I did do, or not post, but share in Discord. I did do timestamps for part 3. And then let's grab this, post it here, and in here, and here. I think that's all. Yeah. All right. Well, last stream we got actually not too terribly much done. We got through one full season in however long it took, 5.5 hours almost. A lot happened, but not a lot of time passed. So to recap what's been happening in the league real fast. Well, for one, Darren Peterson has won his second straight MVP. But the Phoenix Suns have three-peated in the last 2 streams, twice against us. Luka, was it, I believe, part 2, traded to the Pacers, left the Pacers, signed with the Suns to pair up with Devin Booker, and has now beaten us 2 out of the last 3 years. We got our first finals against the Thunder in a sweep, in the Thunder's lone finals appearance since beating the Pacers in real life. So could the Thunder be looking to blow things up? They have not been particularly great. They've been making the playoffs, but have not had great success. And then there's us. We've made the 3 out of the last 4 finals, which is impressive. But is it time to turn the page on the current team as a whole? Karl-Anthony Towns is 35, Jalen Brunson 34. Giannis didn't end up being an amazing fit, only averaged 10 points a game. Mikal Bridges is 34. Bronny's been developing, but didn't get minutes on par with the last few seasons last year. Still not a great, really not a very even good three-point shooter or free throws shooter. Luigi Swigo, as much as I love him and as much as he has developed and as good as he was playing in the playoffs, he's in the final year of his deal and he wants paid. Now, it's not like a Karl-Anthony Towns type of contract he wants, but still upwards of $15 million per. Is that going to price him out of New York? Possibly. RJ Barrett, we signed him for 2 years. He averaged 12 a game, but only 28% from three. Maybe we look elsewhere. Maybe he's involved in a trade, and he's 31. Some of our other young guys, like Mayhop, didn't consistently get minutes last year. Mate, although, again, just at 22 years old, actually, I thought was a good option to be the backup point guard. There were just times in the playoffs where we limited the rotation so much that he didn't play. So, could he even be the starting point guard this year going forward? We looked into trading for Cooper Flagg a lot last year, and that was very difficult. But the Mavs are still selling. But I do want to prioritize moving up in this draft. Braden Burries has become a very good scoring option, and even though we benched him primarily most of last season, could he be a starter once again going forward? Mullet, welcome in. Daphne wants to rebuild. What kind of moves shall we see? Find out today on a new episode of Dragon Ball Z. Morning, Mullet. We're back at it. Back to the grind. Jaime Jaquez, again, he also found himself out of the rotation. Now, that was partially due to just playing Mitchell Robinson more minutes, and then there was a stretch where I accidentally didn't give him any minutes at all, and I fixed that after, I think, 3 games pass. But he's 30, Mitchell Robinson's 33, although playing on a minimum, so it's not like we got to get rid of his contract. Jordan Walsh was only going to be here for depth anyway. Although, A- 3-point, A- post defense, and A perimeter defense. He's not a bad all-around player. Diawara, shout out John. I'm not going to mention John all day today, but actually played well in his opportunities. Played in 54 games last year, plus the playoffs. Looked like a rotational piece. Could be. Bryce James, still just 24, but didn't make a single three-pointer last year. Under 30% for his career. Now, granted, basically like 2 seasons worth of stats. He does have an A- 3-point rating. And that's the roster. So we've got a lot of decisions to make, and we've got some expectations from Daphne that kind of need to be met, or else we'll be managing the Knights here if we get fired. So it's going to start with the staff, and our entire staff is up for grabs. We're going to look at a new head coach. Jason Kidd, new head coach. He actually has an offer. He's been an assistant GM lately. Now, there's Michael Stauffer, who is fake, of course, but has an elite list of stats and badges. He's been an assistant coach, I believe, with the Bucks for a few years. Could be an option. He wants a gigantic payday, and our available budget is as much as we can pay him. So JJ Redick would be a slightly cheaper option. He was the man that I hired in our test after Mike Brown retired. And Mike Brown actually has 4 offers to go somewhere else. So I think we're going to mutually agree to part ways at this point with Mike Brown. He won us the finals. He coached us to a finals a couple of years ago. He's made 3 out of the last 4 finals. So it's kind of crazy. I mean, when the Knicks let go of Tom Thibodeau in real life, a lot of people were surprised, we'll say. Not bewildered necessarily, but surprised. And here's Mike Brown, who's won a championship, who's made 3 in the last 4 years, and now we're going to part ways with him. So we're going to have likely a much younger roster, and I think it makes sense to get maybe younger at head coach. There's Mark Daignault. Interesting option. Billy Donovan isn't necessarily younger. Kenny Atkinson, Will Hardy, who's been with the Thunder. I think Will Hardy actually could be a decent option. Balanced system. Stats, I mean, the badges aren't crazy, but the stats don't look terrible. He does want paid, but he has no offers currently. Well, we can offer up to 3 options at coach, so we're going to offer Will Hardy. We're going to take the money down, maybe $7 million. Darvin Ham, who was a pretty, he had a pretty good record. There's Lucas, still in the game. John Beckett, not to be confused with Red Sox legend Josh Beckett. Had a friend in Boston. We went to a Red Sox game together. He tried to take on the Josh Beckett Challenge, which was a 19-ounce burger with, toppings and sides and everything. He could not. He didn't do it, but he took it on. So kudos to him. Trevor Kemp, not to be confused with Sean Kemp. I don't know how you would be, but Wes Unseld Jr. Could that be an option? Sam Cassell. He's been an assistant for a long time. Doesn't look like he has the best stats there, but he does have 4.5 potential. And he's very much cheaper than other options, so we could offer on him. And then I'm going to go back up to the top, although there's Chris Quinn as well. Doesn't have great potential. Cron Butler, not great potential. Bobby Jackson, he's a guard guru. Guard guru. Interesting, 4.5 potential. Would be a bit expensive. We're going to go back up to the top, and I've mentioned this in my tests. The man I hired, we're going to offer him here as well. He has no offers. It's JJ Redick. He's got good stats. He's got a nice list of badges there. He's still got 4.5 potential. He's a pace and space system coach. We'll offer on him and take the money down. Everything else I'm going to let Daphne manage, but I did want input on our head coach. So we have actually been blocked from talking to Sam Cassell, but not Will Hardy. You see his current contract. You'd think he would want it, but he has been blocked. By any chance, are there any women candidates for head coach? I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless you see a name that sticks out. Sydney with an I? Probably not. Jamie Jefferson? Dana Polk? I don't think so. It would be interesting if you could hire coaches from the WNBA, since they're, I think, in the game. Was that an Alexis? Oh, Alexis Ajinka, big man coach. I think for our third option, now that we have a third option available, and he may get blocked as well, but we're actually going to look at Chris Quinn. Well, Chris Quinn or maybe Caron Butler actually instead. Perimeter defensive coach. We have, how many days do we have? I don't see where it says days. Oh, no, that's offers available. I don't know. We've been blocked by Butler, Hardy, and Cassell. We have a tentative agreement with JJ Redick, but he's got 4 offers. So if we want him, I saw Sophie. Maybe Sophie. If we want JJ now, we probably have to up the money, or he's not going to agree. There's also Jason Kidd, who's been an assistant GM, but he's got the stats. We could offer him to be our next coach. But I do want to revisit JJ, unless he's just disappeared now, seems. Has he disappeared? It appears we can no longer negotiate with JJ Redick, so, okay. Well, Gennaro Pargo, guard guru, does not have potential. Rashard Lewis, Wing Whisperer, does not have potential. Damari Carroll, no potential. Mike Wilkes, guard guru from the Thunder. Bad stats, does have potential. James Posey, post defensive coach. Is that what he actually is in real life? Because that doesn't seem very fitting, but okay. Alina Green does have potential. Do we offer? Alina Green is getting an offer because we need a coach. We've been blocked by Butler and Hardy, rejected by JJ Redick. Jason Kidd might be our best option. Jason Kidd has been blocked. We are down to Alina Green, and we're running out of days. Oh boy. We could be looking at the first female WNBA head coach. Awa Macy? Trent Peterson, Otis Newman, they're both assistants. We are running out of options quickly. What's Mike Brown doing? Mike Brown definitely got hired about 5 days ago. I'd really like to negotiate with, oh boy, Darvin Ham. Darvin Ham has 4-star potential and a lot of badges. Balanced system. Make sure to offer enough money he actually considers. Alina Green has agreed to sign. Darvin Ham's still thinking about it. I think we're going to decline Alina Green for now and pivot to Darvin Ham. And we have now signed Darvin Ham to be our next head coach for the New York Knicks. We're going to let Daphne figure out everything else on the final day. And we're actually not going to sim through the combine and workouts this time around. This is all players, right? So some players won't be at the combine, which is why you won't see the big names in the class here. So actually, we don't need this. This is kind of meaningless, but pre-draft workouts. We do plan on trading up. We know we're not going to get up to 1, but we are going to invite LJ for a workout, as well as Pride of Cincinnati, Pride Miletic, Mick Hansjevich, and Boldak Pepsi from Iona, I believe it was. And from there, Alan Henderson was going crazy against those 3 guys in the off-season game. We got another center, not to be confused with Derek Forbes, who's typically tied to Liquid Justice, but CJ Forbes, Pride of Cincinnati, is the greatest nickname ever. Yeah, I did realize I did that when I said it. Pride. And finally, we'll add Itzy Dogonix, who, no, I did not edit his name. That's just what his name is. So, no surprise here. Actually, oh yeah, he is going to have the best numbers, yeah. Now, Miletic checks in with a slightly slower sprint time, and we knew that would be the case. Lane, a bit slower. Vert, a bit shorter. Bench, a bit stronger than some other guys. We knew Justice, of course, would be astronomical, and Pepsi would be up there as well. Knocking down shots. Justice was not perfect. He is human, turns out, even though he may not look like it. He's at 7'7", 350 pounds the way he moves. But Miletic was aight. He hit 20. What you're saying is he's going to drop down the big board just enough. Well, the problem is, I think with the rating and his badges, he's going to go number 2 if I don't get up there. I think he would go 2 still. Maybe there's a world where he falls. We can check the mock drafts. But yeah, Justice, basically the best at everything. This is moving college three-pointers, 15 to 25, and then not to say necessarily that's struggling, but only 18 of 25 for Justice from three. You were up there with Buldak for moving NBA threes. I like that. And then we can see their combine performance if they attended the combine. I actually missed Pepsi was at the combine. You were not. I say you. Pride Miletich was not. 19 bench reps. Interesting stuff. So we've come to the draft now. Obviously, there's much to consider before we go into the draft. First of all, we are already over the salary cap, so that has to change. They're leaving out a key draft day pointer that Justice has never played a game of basketball indoors. It will be a new adjustment for Justice. Imagine the Slimes take Pride Miletich at pick 1 for that reason. We can look at cap. I think we already did cap holds. Yeah, it was going to be. We had an older player on roster. I think that I looked. Oh, it was Jordan Walsh. We let him out of his cap hold. Scouting mock drafts. Yeah, the Slimes going Justice. Pride Miletich at 2, according to the Sporting News. Same deal according to 2K. Same deal according to NBA.com. Now, Pepsi, on the other hand, Sporting News has him at 10. 2K has him at 7. It'd be cool if he went to one of the other expansion teams. And NBA.com has him at the High Rollers. So there's a possibility he could go maybe even as high as top 5, but the mock drafts have him more like a 6 to 10 type pick. That would be something. Pretty sure, I mean, the man's name is Liquid. It's fitting to be a slime. We can revisit the Cooper Flag thing, but I think first we need to trade for pick 2. So they are selling still. They do have a list of players they'd like to acquire. Would it be worth it to us to try and trade for Arifan Diane and move him along to the Mavericks in order to acquire, possibly try and trade for Cooper Flag? Maybe. Slimes and high rollers meeting the plan. We might be looking at the Slimes taking over the West. I'm not sure. Cooper does have 2 years on his deal, so it wouldn't be a possible rental where he could leave after 1 year. We would get to negotiate with him for sure. But again, we need to make pick 2 the priority. So who has pick 2? Is it the Hornets? Is it the Lakers? It is the Hornets, who have made a lot of deals, as well as the Lakers in this rebuild. They only value pick 2 at a 3.5 star. Now we know Cat is also a 3.5 star. Would they be interested in Cat? Because they already traded for Bam. I think what's going to make the most sense here is that they trade for Brunson, if they like him enough. They could move LaMelo to the 2, Brandon Miller to the 3. You have Rosser at the 4, and you have Bam at the 5. With a young center behind him. 7'6", 290. Eesh. Didn't see that when I was trading Bam there. That's pretty crazy. Do they value Brunson on the same par as Cat? They do. 3.5 for 3.5. Now they'd be taking on a lot of salary. Is it possible we could steal another pick or 2 for Jalen Brunson? Now, keep in mind, this is for pick 2, so this may not, this very well may not go through. But Jalen Brunson, we are going to make him the focal point of getting to pick 2. He likely is going to be a Charlotte Hornet. Let's see if it happens. He's become a team legend. He's a champion. He's a Finals MVP. Or no, that was Cat, wasn't it? I'm curious if I have the simulation settings correct. I used that doc you sent me. When I sim through games, everything looked normal. When I did Simcast, the Knicks won 165 to 89. That happens sometimes. I mean, there's been games, maybe not that big of a blowout, but that seems to have happened in some of our Simcasts. I'm not sure why. I don't know if that's like if the settings aren't as effective in the Simcast compared to just simulating. That could be. So we are going to try to send Jalen Brunson now to the Charlotte Hornets for pick 2, primarily. This probably won't go through here because it is stockpiling extra picks, but let's find out. So they have made a counter offer. It includes Mikal Bridges and a first round pick this year of ours, and they're only throwing in a second round pick. So one, that tells me we're close, which is nice. I really don't want to trade Bridges in this trade necessarily. I still would like to get extra picks. Now this pick here is a 1.5. This one's only a 1. Can we still get 2 extra firsts? Jalen Brunson? Not a Hornet yet. They still want... Okay, so we're not going to be able to get 2 extra picks. I still want this extra 2031 pick. Because, as you know, we're still going to be trying to trade for Cooper Flagg. Let's try it now. Brunson, and let's just make sure that we have the right picks. I don't want to accidentally send it through. And, oh, that was a second rounder. It is first round, pick 2. And pick 23 as well. Can it happen? It has not happened. They still want Mikal Bridges included. It is pick 2, so I get it. I get it. Can you get a player back if they're asking for Bridges? That roster has valuable assets. We could look at their big center. I don't know if they would want to add him. Now, I don't know if he does as much for us as having like Mitchell Robinson and Swigo necessarily. He's also, we can't trade for him right now. We're not getting Rosser, Dion Caldwell, Ben Henshaw. Not a great defensive option. Decent player overall. He averages 11 in 22 minutes, primarily off the bench. We could ask. And we can't get Topich right now. We could ask. Bridges, in addition to the first round pick, and now Ben Henshaw as well. And maybe we offer them up a second rounder. So Brunson, Bridges, and a second for picks 2, 20 something, and Ben Henshaw. Still no. Now they want 2 extra firsts. All right. We're going to try it straight up. And again, let's just make sure it's the right pick. Pick 2. Jalen Brunson for pick 2. Still no. They still really want Bridges. They'll give us a 2035 pick. I would still prefer the 2031 pick 23. And maybe even the second rounder. Brunson and Bridges, pick 2, pick 23, I think it is, and a second rounder. It has happened. Jalen Brunson, thank you for your services and leadership and scoring. It's been very appreciated this whole time. You are now going to the Charlotte Hornets. That does leave a massive void at point guard, potentially. And it does mean the Hornets have some roster reshuffling to do, but it has been done. And Brandon Miller needs to change also. The Hornets have been taking swings all rebuild. Maybe they don't have players I was thinking they did. I'm imagining the 2026 current roster. Yeah, well, Kneppel, if he could score more than 10 points a game, and if he was still there, he could have been an option. But does free agency have any fun point guards? Is Luka fun enough for you? Luka Doncic is a free agent. Looks like Shea just re-signed. John Morant still has a year. Is Trae Young fun? Tony Garma, although he probably has a team option. Former 3rd overall pick in the series. Omar Meyer, also a young player. He could be actually a free agent, though. He's been in the league for 4 years. At some point, I will say, too, I'm going to let the teams have more control over trades. I'm going to turn on CPU, or I should say I'm going to turn off approval. So CPU teams will just be able to trade whatever, whenever they want. I will personally end the stream if Trae Young is offered a contract. Now, what if it's a 1 year for a minimum? So anyway, we have pick 2 now. That was goal number 1. Now we turn our attention to goal number 2. We still have Cat on roster. Could we still make the trade for Cooper Flagg? Looking at the Mavs big men, they don't have one above an 80. They have some other pieces on the roster where they could accommodate at least the idea of potentially trading Cooper Flagg at this point. They have not been successful in the playoffs. We have, but obviously we're trying to get younger. No, I don't want VJ to come. I keep accidentally clicking too many times. I'm used to Madden being so slow. 2K is not as slow. He is a 5-star value still, but they are selling currently here in the offseason. It would take Towns, who they only see as a 3-star right now. It's going to be so hard to make happen, but I believe. Hashtag believe. Again, if we can get it to the point where they at least negotiate with us, we can make it happen. As long as they don't want pick 2. Do they like Bronny? Bronny's a 2.5. Do they like Swigo? I mentioned Swigo before because while I love him and he played great in the playoffs, he is going to want a contract that is hefty. And if we can get Cooper Flagg for him, I think it's worth trading just about anything on the roster except for pick 2. Still no. We could trade Bronny. Can't trade Barrett. Right? We can. Oh, he's got a year left. So he's a 2.5. Don't like that. Would I trade Mayhop? He's a 2.5. I'm not sure about the 2.5s. I don't think they're going to have enough value. We could trade them pick 2 and then try to get pick 2 back. I just don't know if we're going to have enough value to make that happen. It's probably a bad idea. Burries is a 2.5. We also have all these other first rounders in this year's class. Potential starting 5 for Flagg. They're not interested. And that should tell you something. So if we take out Swigo for a second, there's Cat at 3 stars. There's Giannis at 3.5. How do they feel about these picks? They don't. They don't feel very much about them. They value the picks even less than the players. Do we have any future picks that they value above a 1.5? No. 2033 picks? No. I think we actually have now less value than we did before, other than pick 2. So again, it would be... Is Swigo the only other player they value at a 3? Bronny, Barrett, Mayhop, Mate, Burries, Mate. Can't trade Mate. Hawkes, Mitchell, Diawara, Bryce. That's all we got. Am I wanting other picks? Well, we do have all those extra firsts, but maybe it's possible we could get up into the top 5 for Pepsi. That wasn't a plan of mine, but it'd be interesting to offer them pick 2 and even see if they accept that. But I don't want to lose it. What picks do they have? They have 14. Now, there was also the idea that we could trade for the center Deanne with the Bucks here, although we can't. Can't do that. What was the other? There were 2 other players that they liked. Rosser, we're not going to be able to get. Caleb Holt. If we could trade for a player that they specifically want, one of the 3. Now, he's going to be hard to get too. From the Rockets. Former top 10 pick. And if we make the trade and we can't end up making the Cooper Flag trade happen, then we're stuck and we can't trade for him either because he's got an option. At least we can't right now. So the Cooper Flag trade, it's still not maybe completely dead as long as they're selling, but it just can't really happen right now still. So is there another player, because we still have Cat, that's still value. Is there another player that we could pivot towards trying to get? You know, the Raptors traded Brandon Ingram. Would Scotty Barnes be? Averaged 27 and 9 last year with 4.5 assists. Boozer being only 23 tells me he's going to be pretty much as hard to get. They also just extended him for 4 years. That would be kind of tough. I did talk about potentially blowing up OKC, where they could trade Shea, Chet, and Jalen Williams, but Chet re-signed a 4-year deal. Shea has a 4-year deal. And it would probably be Jalen Williams, the most likely, but he's a free agent. So all right. Well, in the context of making trades, YouTube. Didn't think of that one. In within context, rebuilding OKC, but it looks like they don't want to rebuild. Tyrese Maxey was a player that I tried getting in the tests. Philadelphia hasn't surrounded Edgecombe with enough, it seems. Although they've got a young player here, Collins. Anthony Black maybe wasn't the best addition. They really need bigs. They've got a few young power forwards. They have not. I won't clip that. Thank you. Tristan Vukcevic. Maybe, yeah. I think the Lakers fooled me honestly with Yaki here because he averaged 22.5, but on a terrible team. I liked the fact that he still averaged 5 boards and 9 assists and shot the ball from 3 at 41%. I got fooled because he came out and averaged only 10. So again, we still have Towns. We still have Yaki. These are 2 players that we could potentially trade still. It's just, who do we get? If we can't get... LaMelo was my backup option, but now that we've traded Brunson to the Hornets to make them a possible super lineup, I don't know. Without being able to get Cooper Flag, I don't know who to go after. Luka would be a free agent option, of course, if we can free up the cap. Yeah, the picks didn't end up being that high for the Lakers, but it wasn't the best trade for us. He played okay. He's just not a scorer. Devin Booker, if the Suns don't retain Luka, could be an option. Although he's 34, so maybe not. Boozer, we could try it. We could see what the Jazz think of a Boozer trade. They do have 2 of their top 4 players are centers already. Cat, I guess, will move down and play the 4. They value Boozer at a 4.5, so not quite 5. And they value Towns as a 4. Interesting. Quite interesting. So Towns at 35 could get us Boozer, who's 23. That would be worth. Do they have interest in Yaki? They do. He could potentially start for them. I don't want to take back too much salary, and I only want to take back a player if they look particularly good. None of them look particularly good. So we could offload both players here, Towns and Yaki, for Boozer. Probably not Anapic. Only reason why I think this might be a little easier is because it's a generated player versus a player already in the game. There is some credence to that where players in the game just have like extra innate trade value. We could try to get a pick out of him. I don't think it's going to work, but no. Could we look at a far off future pick? No. And they're not willing to negotiate just yet either, so we're going to have to give them a pick. We'll start at pick 31. They say no. We'll jump up to maybe 23. Still no. 17, anything but 2. Okay, 17 and 31. 17 and 23. What is it they're saying? I love our current roster. Unless it's a deal that's too good to pass up, the offer just isn't that, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, buddy, we're going to get there. 17 and 18. No. And 23. No. And 28. No. This first round pick and this first round pick. No. Well, we're not going to get there. It looks close. It looks like it'd be close because Towns at a 4, Yaki at a 3.5. I don't think I want to trade Swigo in this deal. They value RJ Barrett as a 3. Now we'd have to take back a player. That's interesting. Maybe one of these 2 guys, neither of which have played. Tanadius has the potential that Jerkic does not. Jerkic is, and they both can't be traded. Oh, this guy can be traded right now, right? Yeah. Okay, the trade may have life here. 17 and 18 and a future first. Still no. All right, hold the horses. Is there another player that they like maybe Mayhop? It's only 2.5. Mate. Can't trade mate. Can't trade mate. Oh, we can't. Burries. They like Burries as a 3. I really don't want Maxwell here, but we can't trade for him either. The only other player we can trade for is this guy. $17, $18. All right, that's the very best we can do for Boozer right now. It's not going. Is there anyone else? I mean, I mentioned Maxey, but he's 30 at this point. Still averaged 20, just 3.5 assists. How about we look at stat leaders from the year? Scoot led the league in scoring. He's only 27, and he had 7 assists. Scoot, as crazy as that sounds, I don't think the Pistons would trade Cade after the two-peat. He's still got 3 years on his deal as well. Scoot is a lot less expensive than Cade as well. I mentioned Scotty Barnes, and he's up here for scoring. 9 rebounds as well, 4 assists. Scoot or Scotty? The Raptors could move Murray Boyles to the 4, and he would replace Scotty, essentially. Trailblazers. Towns could play the 4 next to Klingon. If and when we actually trade for another player like this, the Cooper Flag deal is dead because we're never going to have enough to even entertain the idea. I think I would prioritize Scoot at 27, Barnes 29. We've just traded Brunson, and we're not getting a point guard in this draft. We still have Mate and Bronny as options. We have some bigs left on the roster. Mitchell Robinson, Swigo, Jaquez. So I think Scoot is going to be priority 1 here. He's a 92. It might be possible that we can't trade for him either, but Towns and Jaquez, they need to give us back $15 million to take on Jaquez as well. Could they give us King Baycott, potentially, who hasn't played after being pick 8? No, it's just barely not enough money. That's a bummer. Jonathan Kuminga. Scoot and Kuminga. Now, Scoot's down to a 4-star value within this trade. This could possibly go through. I don't know if I necessarily want Kuminga that badly, but Towns and Yaki Yunus for Scoot Kuminga, a first this year and a first next year. Does not go through. Take out the future first. No. Can we get a far off future first? No. No. Well, let's start adding our picks. 31. Go all the way up to 23. All the way up to 17. Plus 31. 18 instead. 31. 23. 28. Another untouchable. Now, what if we offered up Barrett? He's a 3, and we take back not Kobe Buffkin. Where's Baycott? He's also a 3 to them. Let us dream. We need to dream. We add back in 17 and 18 and 23. Future first. Man, it's so tough. It's so tough. Just can't do it. Now, what if we take out everything else except for Cat and Scoot? Would be an insane trade to actually do this, by the way. Towns and 5 firsts cannot get us Scoot. I don't think it's going to happen. So we're going to pivot one last time before the draft to Scotty Barnes. And they value him at a 4.5. And Towns only a 3, so... They have made a counteroffer, though. Hello. Amari Allen. Do we have him at some point? I remember the name. I guess not. Scotty Barnes is attainable. What else? What else do we want to do here? Do they have money? It seems like they have money. Can they also take on Yunus? They can. They don't have a first round this year. That's okay. They won't do that. But Towns and Yunus for Barnes is a done deal. We don't have to give up any first round picks. We still have our treasure trove. And we have acquired Scotty Barnes. 29-year-old Scotty Barnes from the team that beat us twice in the playoffs. So Cat will go be the center for the Raptors. Yunus will probably just stay at the 2. And then Murray Boyles, I'm going to move down for them. Not the trade I was anticipating. I'm going to give him a chance to work out. If it doesn't work out, if we're not playing well during the season, I may try and move him for Cooper. I don't think doing that right now really is fair. And it's still going to be next to impossible because he's still a 5-star. But we now have Scotty Barnes. We've offloaded Cat and Yunus. John's in shambles, looking at Diora being our 4th best power forward at the moment. We still have RJ Barrett as well. I do think we could package a trade up still. Not to pick one, but maybe to pick 3 for a certain soda drinker. The Lakers have pick 3. This is their own pick. This is the pick for Luka. This is the pick that we gave them. So it only ended up being 16. I want pick 3. So I'll give you RJ, which is already something they're willing to negotiate with. Now, I don't want to trade Swigo for Dimon, but I will give you a pick 17. And I'll give you pick 18. What are they saying? You're asking to give away a valuable pick. Well, yeah. You guys need players. There we go. There we go. I don't know what it ended up being. Pick 3 for RJ Barrett and 4 firsts. It's a lot, but that's what happened. In addition to trading Karl Towns, Yaki Eunice for Scotty Barnes, and Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges for pick 2 and 2 other picks. That was a good trade, honestly. Things are happening. Developments are taking place. Our roster is getting significantly different and younger. And Jaquez could possibly be a trade piece at this point, but I still kind of like him as a role player. We have effectively turned the roster over, I would say, trading our 2 stars. Actually, all 3, if you include Bridges in that, as he's now with the Hornets. The team that drafted him, I believe, but was traded, or was it the Sixers, maybe? Yeah, the Hornets drafted Miles Bridges, I guess. I think it was the Sixers. Anyway, we're still not ready for the draft because we still have all these picks. We have picks 2 and 3 now, but we don't need really any of these. Let's go trade find these second round picks away, I would say. If we can. The Jazz will give us 2 seconds for a late first, okay. Two late seconds will get us 2 future seconds. Okay. And these 2 picks and a future second will get us the Hawks first next year and a second. Okay. All right. We've condensed all our picks. We now only have picks 2 and 3. I think we got an extra first in there for next year. It's this Hawks pick. And we turned our current roster and our picks into having Scotty Barnes and having picks 2 and 3. So the rebuild is underway. Let's get into the draft and find out really if we made the right call or if justice will actually fall to us at 2. New look Knicks. Pick 1, the St. Louis Slimes will select. It is Liquid Justice. 7'7" and 350 pounds. An absolute physical freak. The tallest player and the player with the longest wingspan in the draft ever, to be honest. This is the kind of player that scouts salivate over. And he is now a Slime. Next up, it's an easy choice. Here's the man right here. We see you actually did play 3 games. Wow. Awesome. Thanks, 2K, for that. We are taking the European out of Cincinnati, Pride Miletic, Mikanzjevic, Salivate Liquid Slime. What does it all mean? He will be number 14, but for now, the meme is alive and well. Consensus number 1 pick in every mock draft. Apparently not. Pride Miletic, Mikanzjevic has a challenge in front of him in turning around a struggling... Zach. Seek help. We've made the finals 3 out of 4 seasons. And this was not the consensus #1 pick. What are you saying? Seek assistance. Pick number 3. We could go with a big in Maxwell Knight, sure. But there's another fellow I've got my eye on. It's Buldak Pepsi. He's coming to town as well. 42-inch vertical at the combine. Scouts were wowed by his athleticism. Vertical was best among power forwards. So, there you go. There's the 3 picks in the draft that matter. 99 overall everything. Justice to the Slimes. And we're going to collect 80 overall Pride Miletich with 27 badges as well. And Buldak Pepsi with his 3 badges. Modest, but still 73 overall. Maybe didn't need to go all the way up to 3 for him, but I didn't want to miss out. Like, oh, the Knights took him at 5, and we traded up to 6. Oh, so wanted to ensure we got the 2 players I wanted. And it is going to be hard to beat the Slimes. Let me just tell you that much right now. So let's go ahead and skip through the rest of the draft, basically, and check out these crazy trades. So the Sonics are still trying to make trades. The Sonics just don't want to use their draft picks. I kind of applaud them for that. Sure. They're going to get 84 Malik Thomas for their 7th overall pick. Cavs will get the big man that could have gone 3rd overall, but ends up falling. Other players are getting drafted. We got an 81 to the Spurs for the Warriors pick. Okay. Declan Duru Jr. for pick 13. They replace him with a small forward. All right. Oh, another one. Boogie Flan for a 1st and a 2nd. Now, this is interesting because it's the Mavs. They're trading for a point guard. They're giving up a 1st. That means they would have 1 less 1st, and they might value 1sts more. All right. In the interest of doing what's best to possibly get Cooper Flag still down the road. Okay. Delara and a 2nd for a 1st. It's the Kings, so okay. Johnny C. Hughes. Reed and Harper for 2 firsts. Seems bad. A 79 and a 71. I'll decline that one. Teams are still trading for DeAndre Ayton. 2 firsts for Ayton and a 2nd. It would be the Hawks. Now, maybe the Hawks value him as a backup center, and that's their final piece to their championship roster. Could be DeAndre Ayton. Sure, dude. Go for it. Knock yourselves out. Rockets get Frederick Erickson to replace, or not to replace, but to back up that guy we thought about trying to trade for. Whatever I'm trying to say, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I think this is about to be year 7 that we're headed into. Mr. Irrelevant Igor Ostrovsky to the Wolves. So here's the final draft. And yeah, there was a 78 point guard in this class and a 79 center. Don't need them. We got Buldak. And most importantly, we got Pride Miletich. Yes, he is 99, maxed everything, all badges. Yeah. The one drawback, I guess you could say, is that he can only play center. You won't see him check in at, small forward. Or the Slimes could use him against much shorter players. We will sign our 2 guys to very large deals. Team options. We have a team option on Mate, except that Luka has declined his player option. We don't have any qualifying offers. And we've hit free agency with Luka Doncic. Still, man. Excuse me. Still probably staying with the Suns. But look at who's given him an offer for 4 years. The Slimes, as well as some of the other expansion teams, or High Rollers and Knights. Kings and Heat. But still, I'd say the best offer, come back to the team you've three-peated with for the most money, Suns. So, wouldn't be surprised if he left. Cameron Williams is here, but is restricted, of course. Giannis, after leaving the Hornets once upon a time and going to the Nets, he's looking at the Magic and Lakers, as well as maybe Supersonics. The Hornets even have an offer on him. The Nets don't have an offer on Giannis. So, looks like that's run its course. And it's getting to be where Giannis has run his course at this point. Much, much lower salary. He's down to an 88. He's going to regress even more. But let's worry about ourselves. Who do we need to bring back? Anybody? Our roster's pretty much intact from how it was. Is there anybody we need to bring back? Do we have any cap holds? No. Now, I will say we have 4 power forwards at the moment. One of these guys probably moved down. Or move up. Maybe Diawara moves up to center. Still pretty small for a center. I don't think Pepsi's a center. I think he's fine at power forward. Do we possibly trade Jaquez? Do we have that much confidence in Diawara and Pepsi going forward? We do need another guard option. Jaquez for Ayton. He's at the Hawks now, right? He would be their starting center at the moment. He's fairly cheap as well. I don't know. I don't get given up firsts every year for Ayton. It's a strong team, and Dyson Daniels actually has started to make threes 2 out of 10 instead of just 1 out of 10. It was a meme. Oh, no, I'm not doing it. No. We're not actually entertaining that option. Is there anything besides Scotty Barnes I could throw at Dallas right now to pair Cooper Flagg with Scotty Barnes? Maybe after progression? I see Scotty as a 4. We have all these 2032 picks now, which becomes slightly more valuable, I suppose. But still not close. We could actually take on his salary right now because we're cheap right now, but that can't happen. We'll look at contract extensions. This might be where we re-sign Swigo. Of course, we'll give Mitchell his minimum. Diawara will give his minimum. Mate wants decent money. Burry's pretty cheap for what he's been, I would say. I think we can afford that. Save a little bit, maybe. He's back on a 4-year deal. Bryce James only wants the minimum. We can give him a 4-year deal worth of minimums, so let's do that. Now we're down to Mate and Swigo. I think we can afford this for Mate. It's not bad, and he can be traded if need be. And then Swigo is the big one. This is a gamble for how he's played so far, but he's coming off his best stretch of play ever. And right now he's our starting center. And that's probably not going to change in this offseason. So Luigi Swigo, 4-year deal. It only goes up to 18 million at most. He'll still just be 28 at the end of this deal. He has been extended. So we're going to spend some money, but ultimately not a ton of money. And we still should have plenty of money to spend this offseason, if need be. I'm like noticing my music for the first time in the stream, and it's getting too loud. All right, turn that down. So the only player above $20 million is Scotty Barnes. Miletich already making 19, and Pepsi 17 is a lot. Mate has been re-signed for less money than he's making this year. Mayhap could need a deal next year. We got to keep in mind Bronny just isn't a very good shooter and doesn't distribute the ball a ton, so there's a world where he moves up to the 2 and is still a third stringer. Which means we need point guards for depth with Mate. We also have enough forwards where I think Hawkes is probably going to move down. I think Hawkes will move down. Which when we got him, he was a power forward, and then I think we moved him to small forward initially. He's been starting at power forward. Can't wait until the Pepsi Max memes start happening for Buldak's contract extension talks. Just imagine how much he and Pride Miletich are going to want. Which also reminds me, I need to change your guys' numbers. Got the arm man there. Right here. If you noticed, also, Daboni wears number 14. Or, sorry, not 14. 60. 60, which is a bizarre number choice, but that is what he wears in real life. So, and then Pepsi. What's a good number for Pepsi? I didn't ask Shadow about numbers. Probably not 1 immediately. 25. Take Bridges, 25. 35. Pepsi 0 sugar, 0. But Pepsi 0. Seems good to me. Scotty Barnes' secondary position is point guard. I don't think I want that. So here's our current roster. Bronny does also have 6'7" arm span. I think we are going to move him up to the 2. It could change back, but we're going to move him up to the 2, and we're going to look for point guard depth. And all else we need is a backup center. So let's figure out what we can do with a lot of cap space, mind you. Now, we have just enough to go after Luka. I don't think we can beat those offers, though. Still playoff bound? I think so. Could Giannis be a center option for us? This is an interesting one. Because the Mavs wanted this guy. He's a guy I drafted in my test. He's not too expensive, 14.1. Let me check. Do they still want him? Is he still on their short list? No. And they're buying now. Ooh, okay. It may be dead. The Cooper Flag to the Knicks dream might be dead. Has Hansen figured out how to score the ball yet? No. 30% for his career from the field at 7'1", 270. And he's still averaging 17. So he's just given the green light to shoot whatever kind of bricks he wants. Kyle Filipowski averaged 11 and 8. See, the Hawks had this guy, and then they trade 2 firsts for DeAndre Ayton. I don't think I would do that. Mark Williams, similar price tag, does not shoot the ball. Sinan Juan. Yeah, he was a top 10 pick just 3 years ago by the Supersonics. Now, he doesn't do a ton of things great. He is a very good rebounder. His post defense is okay. We are just thinking about a third string center here, so we don't need, the greatest player of all time. Okongwu has an A- 3-pointer. And he only wants the minimum. Well, let's see what other kind of guards we can go after. Cody Williams, former Pacer. Jalen Williams out of free agency. OG. He averaged 10 last year for the Timberwolves. Koulibaly was with the Warriors for 4 years already. Restricted. Braylon Mullins from that Suns team wants $42 million. He's probably gone. Question mark. Yeah, bro, can I get a 3000 VC, 2000 BC? You sure can. Absolutely. Trae Young wants $20 million. Is he going to leave the Wizards? Probably. I don't know who to go after even. There's some younger guys that are restricted. I think did I mention Nick Smith at some point as somebody I could trade for? I feel like I did. He's been a backup at the Warriors, putting up 13. Does not pass the ball. You can, for sure. Topic is a 10 and 6 guy, and we traded them Brunson. He would be their backup point guard still if he re-signed, but now the shooting numbers, that's not great. But at least it's a guy that can score, and he's going to be playing off the bench. I would say that's an option for us. Walter Clayton's been starting for the Nuggets for 5 years now. Maybe these two guys right here. Topic and Walter Clayton. Topic maybe he's 25, maybe on a 3-year deal. That's it right there. I don't actually know what you're asking. If you're asking me to give you VC, I cannot. I cannot do that. I apologize. We'll go get Topic and Clayton. Clayton's more like a 2-year deal guy. Now, I could, but I don't know why you'd want to be friends with someone who's just streaming in my league, so I'd be a little confused. And I cannot just give you VC through 2K, so I don't know how to. I don't know how to explain other than that. We have money left. Would it be crazy to want Giannis as a center for a year? As opposed to a cheaper option? could ask John. Yeah, if John comes back in stream, you can ask him. John will probably add you in. You can talk about Miles McBride and Diora. So the thought process, other than just being kind of a joke, he has 5 offers. He's still going to be a high 80s player. He's basically the best we could get, and we have the cap space for a season. We can offer him up to $48 million. His best offer is, what is that, $36 million? Now, do we need him to start? No. We could just start Swigo and then have Mitchell Robinson off the bench. But, and if you're like, well, why would Giannis play center? He can't shoot. He has great defense across the board, great playmaking, great rebounding, great athleticism still. And yeah, he's going to regress a little bit. But because we have the money, I think it would be better to sign him for a year and see how it goes than to sign, say, Kyle Filipowski, who's just going to be our third string center. Oh, why not? Sorry, I missed the not. Here I am explaining. You're like, yeah, do it. Seems like we got to fill out his bar. And we're still going to have cap space, so I don't mind giving him like $50 million on the dot. Crazy move. Let's see what Luka does. Let's see what Giannis does. Hopefully the Rockets can either match or sign their guy here to a long-term deal. We are going to get Giannis Antetokounmpo along with Walter Clayton and Nikola Topic. Hopefully. Now, Luka has not signed yet. The Rockets will give a 5-year deal to Williams. Luka now. Luka to the Kings is a possibility. He's signed a tentative deal to go to the Kings. And we are going to sign Giannis, Topic, and Clayton. Luka will leave the three-peat Suns to join the Sacramento Kings. I hope the downfall is real. It's the Kings. Now he will join probably the best. I mean, he's playing like, well, Peterson's the best player from the draft class, but arguably the second best player, Caleb Wilson from the 26th draft class. Boozer's in the conversation. I think Caleb Wilson has surpassed Debansa. Debansa really hasn't done much with the Wizards. Big offseason for rebuilding, or as Zach said, struggling Knicks. Yeah. I sure hope they can still make the playoffs. Maybe the play-in. I don't know. We've definitely retooled the roster, trading Cat, Brunson, and Bridges. No more thumbnails with any of the 3 of them on it. And who knew Scotty Barnes was going to be the big piece that we go after? He was kind of farther down the list, but speaking of big piece, we get Giannis. Jaquez has already switched to number 25. Let's see. He was 11 in Miami. Was Brunson? Brunson was 11, right? Who was 1? Do we have a number 1? Barrett was 9. Maybe 30. Go 30. He was number. Oh, Brunson was 1. Well, he could go back to 11 then. Is Brunson 1 or 11? I thought he was 1. I thought he was 11. You see how much I watch. Maybe he was 11 with Dallas? I got to see it for myself. I gotta look at it. Look at it. Look at it. I want all of you to look at it. I even have him in my thumbnails, and I can't picture it. Yeah, Brunson's 11. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Okay. I started doing that as well. Okay. So Hawkeyes will be 1. He was number 1. It's going to be an interesting fight to who's going to start at our small forward position. As I actually think Mullets or Bryce. Bryce has the better post defense and better perimeter defense, though. But Pride Miletic has the lesser of the athleticisms. Because of your skill set, though, I think we're going to say Pride Miletic secondary position at the 2 guard, and then Giannis, yeah, he'll move up. Did not think Giannis would be a Knick either. We've effectively replaced Towns, Brunson, Bridges, and Yaki Yunus with Scotty Barnes and Giannis. Busy offseason. And I guess you could add RJ Barrett into that, but not an instant starter as a rookie. What a bust. We're also going to have probably a little bit of regression from Hawkes and probably a little bit of improvement from Bryce. But considering Bryce hasn't been in the rotation in 5 years, I think you have the inside track to start, especially considering you were just picked 2 and you're only 20 years old. And you'll have Giannis, Scotty, possibly Bronny. I don't know who's going to start at the 2 yet. And then possibly Mate, although Mate doesn't have the experience of Topic and Clayton. Is 4 available? Like, I know Topic wears 44 with the Thunder, but we're several teams past that with him. Can we switch down to 4 is not available. 14 is also not available. 24 is also not available. 34 is also not available. Well, how about 3? Clayton can take 9, I guess. Diawara has been 51 this whole time, and Swigo, I left him at 52. So does this impact Swigo's minutes, or does it impact Mitchell Robinson's minutes? I'm not sure yet. Not sure. Is Giannis going to be a 30-plus minute per game guy still? Because he only played 29 last year for the Nets. Didn't think Bronny would ever be a top 3 player overall-wise on our team. But that's it for free agency for us, so let's get through this and see where anybody else goes. Luka to the Kings, of course, we knew that. Braylon Mullins will stay with the Suns on a huge 5-year extension. We get Giannis. This is the guy they wanted, isn't it? All right, well. And then what about Diane, however you say? He goes to the Sixers. Interesting. Filipowski, we thought about. He goes to the Pistons. Still trying to be relevant. Cody Williams leaves the Pacers to the Spurs. Koulibaly to the Rollers. Jalen Williams will stay with the Thunder on a 5-year deal. The Thunder just don't want to give it up. Trae Young to the Heat. The Heat like signing veteran point guards. Interesting. Player progression. Get a roster reset for you. At center, Giannis does go down 3, so all his ratings that I talked about that were so good are worse now. We are paying him $50 million for this year, but only this year. So maybe we even look to extend him. I'm not sure if we will be able to during the season, but Swigo is going to go up 1, but none of his key ratings really change. And then Mitchell Robinson basically stays the same. His IQ even goes up. At 33 years old, we got Mitchell Robinson progressing. That's interesting. Scotty Barnes mid-range goes up. His athleticism goes down slightly, so I'm fine with leaving him at the 4. Diawara mid-range goes down slightly. Pepsi coming in as a rookie. Now, before we go any farther, Cooper Flagg post defense goes up, and that's about it. So he didn't get a ton better, which means he won't be any more difficult to trade for, I suppose. Small forward, Hawkes actually goes up 3. Part of that is just with the position change. But his playmaking goes up, his IQ goes up, his athleticism, however, goes down. And Bryce didn't get any better. So I would say Pride Miletich has the inside track to start. At the 2, Bronny, his inside scoring goes up. Mayhop's 3-point is now an A+. His post defense is now a B+, which again, I talked about this last year. A 6'4", 190-pound shooting guard having B+ post defense is kind of crazy. I don't know if he'll ever be, backed down by a big in the posts, but if he is, he can handle it. So, and then Braden Burries doesn't really get much better, but his 3-point's up to an A+ as well. His playmaking's up to an A, which is the best of the 3, and his IQ's up to a B. And then our point guards, Mate, his 3-point actually goes down. Walter Clayton's 3-point goes up to B-. Athleticism goes down. Topic, inside scoring goes down. We just don't really have a point guard, like solidified starter on the roster at this moment. Obviously, trading Brunson will do that. Let's go check out our former players that we moved as well. Bam didn't really change for them. Bridges does go down 2. He's still a very good scorer and defender, and he's on a manageable contract, so that was a good get for them. Brunson does go down 3. He's now an 84. He would barely be our best point guard on the roster if we still had him. But he'll still be starting for the Hornets over Saraf, who really should be like a 2, but whatever. And then the other big one, of course, was Towns. He's now with the Raptors. He goes down 2. They had a Daniel Gafford, and a young player took a jump. But his inside scoring's down. His athleticism's down. Still an 87 overall. And we replace him with Giannis, who's still an 86. So he's not going to be shooting the ball the same as Cat. Hopefully he doesn't attempt to shoot the same as Cat. He shot 146 threes last year, which is kind of a lot for Giannis. Playing at the center spot, I hope he doesn't take that many. And we may open the season with a bigger rotation again. Maybe not all 15 guys, but I don't know if all our starters are going to play heavy minutes other than Scotty Barnes. So Summer League, skip that. Oh, I didn't mean to click. No. US is going to win FIBA. Cameron Williams. It's like, surely that's not Cody Williams. Halliburton, Rosser, Cunningham, Flagg, and friends, Boozer. South Sudan led by Bilal Jeng, maybe? Bigger rotation this time because of development, not a bunch of old guys needing a breather. And because they're so similar rated, I would say, too. Like, the center spot's probably an exception just because Giannis is one of the older guys, but I want Swigo to get minutes. I want Mitchell Robinson still to get minutes. Power forward, Diawara's still not, like, entrenched as a backup to me, so Pepsi will probably play some minutes. Diawara won't play too many minutes. Same here, like, any one of these guys could play 20 minutes a night, but you can't have all 3 play 20 minutes a night. Same here. These 3 guys are rated similarly. And the same here. So It's a deep roster, but outside of Scotty, I don't really know if we have a legitimate Robin to Scotty's possible Batman. Now, he did average 27 a game last year, so hopefully that scoring continues in our new system under our new head coach, which we haven't talked about in a while. Now it is time for the Octi draft classes, by the way. Not quite as exciting for our purposes for having Miletich, but we do get Octi class number 1. Possibly led by Julian Wright out of Syracuse. Latonka McClain didn't play. Oh, disaster. That's why the U.S. only won by 43. The world team. Here's Big Mark Singleton. And that's about it for this first year, I think. Oh, Kalik Patel. Kartik Patel. I don't know how I said it. Didn't play. Romeo De La Rosa. 6'10", small forward. Oh, and Tyler Rose. Couldn't forget about him. Interesting. Oh, and Tony Moriano. First round pick. Man, there's so many things I could say about these guys, but it wouldn't make sense in the context of them being prospects. It would only make sense of them being like 5-year NBA pros. So we'll leave it at that and head into the next season 7, right? I think. Whatever year this is. It's the 2031-32 season. And Cooper Flagg is still on our target list. I don't think we have any untouchables as Scotty Barnes turns 30. I would still trade Scotty Barnes for Cooper Flagg if that was possible. I don't know if there's anybody we're actively trying to shop, though. Possibly Hawkes. He has 2 years on his deal. He's 30. The three-point shooting's not really there, and his athleticism's going down. But it's not like I'm wanting to go out and make a deal right now. And then something else I mentioned that I want to do now is I do want to give trading control back to the teams at this point. If I can, if it lets me. How do I do that? Can I not do that? Team? Probably not gameplay. Sliders? Trades. Aha, here we go. CPU trades are on. Returning trade approval off. And I'm going to turn this on as well, so CPU teams will offer us. Just say yes for everything instead of choosing which ones. DeAndre Ayton for 3 more first-round picks. I think that's what we'll run for this year, since I finally found where the option was. And then if I can go a little faster, maybe we got 2 seasons in us left today. It's only noon, so let's check out our game plan. And with respect to Darvin Ham, we're basically going to run the exact same settings that we had, because we did make 3 out of 4 straight finals. So, other than I think we are going to open up with a full 15-man rotation. Everybody's going to play at least a little bit. And we're going to move back to being the Knicks playbook. Were we pick and roll? I don't think we were post. I don't think we were shooters open. Was it pick and roll or was it get to the basket? And should that change regardless? Maybe we should have been on get shooters open. Especially with Giannis starting, I don't really want Giannis shooting, but Giannis should be helping get guys open, so I could also go just neutral focus. Tempo, average, yeah. And then we were trying to get offensive rebounds because of Mitchell Robinson, partially. Physical defense, limit threes, yeah, and then physical defense, and then some do both. Let's try this for now. And then our starting five is going to be Giannis. It is going to be Scotty Barnes. At the 3 is going to be Pride Miletic with the shirt. The 2, I don't know if it's going to be Bronny. I feel like he doesn't swing the ball enough for me. Mayhop or Burries. It's going to be Burries to start at the 2. And then the point guard, Clayton does have the most experience. He can take a back seat in terms of scoring, although he doesn't shoot very efficiently either. He's basically a defensive problem. Not in a good way. So do we start Mate? We probably end up starting Mate or Topic, who also doesn't shoot the ball very well. We're going to start Mate. This is going to be our initial starting 5. Backup center is going to be Mitchell Robinson still, because I want his rebounding. But Swigo will play. Backup 4 is going to be Pepsi over Diawara. Backup 3, I think, is actually going to be Bryce James next to Bronny James. And then Clayton over Topic. And then we've got these guys. So Swigo, Diawara, Jaquez, Mayhop, and Topic. It's a lot of players. All right, Topic isn't going to play much. Maybe like a little 4-minute burst. Mayhop, just don't have the minutes for him. Jaquez, we don't have the minutes for right now. Diawara isn't going to play much. Swigo isn't going to play a ton. Our bench unit, Mitchell Robinson, I still want him playing at least a little more than a quarter because he's still such a valuable rebounder. Pepsi, to begin off, maybe like a quarter. Bryce, maybe like 10 minutes. Bronny only played 6 minutes a game last year. His career high was about 15, and he averaged 7, but still less than 2 assists. He's a good defender. He has good length. Maybe about the same as Robinson. And then Clayton just is not very efficient, despite being a great free throw shooter. He did average 5 assists last year for the first time. Maybe let's leave it at 20 for the moment, and then we got to fill out our starting lineup minutes. So let's go with the most important one. Barnes is going to be like 36. So that's a huge chunk. Maybe 34. Giannis is still going to play a lot of minutes because he'll play at the 4 sometimes, and Barnes will play at the 3 sometimes. At least 30. He played 28.7 last year, so maybe 32. And already we're running out of minutes. Putting these 3 guys at just 20 each, we only have 8 minutes to go around. I think I'm going to leave Pride Multich at 20 for now. He's still playing basically more than anybody off the bench. We're going to give 4 to Mate and 4 more to Breeze. So this is going to be our initial rotation. It's a lot of players. But what, the worst player on the roster is Diora, I think, isn't it? Or it's actually Pepsi. I had a 74, but I want to see him get some minutes and develop as well. A brand new starting 5 for you New York Knicks who've made the finals. Once again, I have to say it, 3 out of the last 4 seasons. Man, Pepsi looks like Mitchell Robinson's body size, doesn't he? Guy's huge. He's jacked. Swigo. I know we paid him. I'm sure he wants to be more than our 3rd string center, but he's still going to play, and it's a long season. A lot can change. Our first matchup will be against Trae Young and the Heat. I also have Dalton Connect. Dame Sar. Our best player being Scotty and then Giannis and then a drop-off kind of concerns me. But I still think Giannis can put up big games too. I know we're putting a lot of emphasis on Scotty, but Giannis should still average at least 20. And we'll see how Pride Multich does. Whatever happens, happens. That's right. Good way to look at things. Nice hot zone chart as well. Pre-injured, yeah. Pre-injured, no injury, Pride Multich. Hopefully we have minimal injuries to deal with throughout his career. And I guess before we get going, we play the Slimes here in a couple of weeks, by the way. They were 19 and 63 last year. They might win 63 games this year. Omer Meyer comes over from the Bulls to be the point guard. J.J. Crawford was their rookie. They played almost 40 minutes a game last year. Isaiah Hamilton was a first-round pick a couple years ago. Bounced around already. Lionel James is a center, but he's only 6'8", 250, so they're going to give him the opportunity to start at the 4. Christian Anderson actually coming off the bench. He was their nice get from the expansion draft. But then there he is. It's way too early to be thinking about my next career move. Well, buddy, you can never be too sure. And you could still never be too sure, even when you've got 3 years left on your deal after making your big move. Starting to think that I want the biggest payday possible for my next contract, says Wimby. As he's making, what is that, like 80 million? They've added, or we did that, yeah. We traded Brandon Ingram there. What were our other moves last year? We traded Bam, of course, to the Hornets. He's still an 86. MVP already. He might. Bam, Brandon Ingram. The Nuggets. As we were trying to come up with a Jokic trade, we ended up buying for the Nuggets, getting Paolo. Pacers still look not great. I need Jarris Walker to develop more than up to an 83. Christian Brown. Now let's look at the other expansion teams real fast. The Rollers add Koulibaly. They could be a playoff contender. The Knights, not looking that good at the moment. The Lakers, DeBoney's up to an 86 after he was a 79 last year, I believe, wasn't he? We gave them RJ Barrett. They still have Chris Sinak. They actually kept him around this time. And we've looked at the Slimes already, but then there's also the Supersonics with Jared McCain, who's stuck around. And around the league, of course, Justice is now the new best player, but Cooper Flagg has been tied by C.J. Rosser. He was in the 28 class. Cooper, Wimby, Marcus Spears was in the 28 class. Cade, Dylan Harper Shea, still 94. Did he go up? I could have sworn he was a 92 last year. Darren Peterson's up to a 93. Luka now with the Kings. The NBA has changed greatly. The oldest players are now Jokic and Giannis at 36. And then Towns, Brunson, and a trio of others, including Bridges, at 35. So we had to make all those moves. We had to get younger, primarily. I know we also went out and got 36-year-old Giannis, but I thought maybe it might say he's thinking about retiring already, but no. It is a young man's game. And I think we're ready to sim. Let's see how we do here out the gate up to like just November 1st, the first 5 games. It took 1 game to get an injury. Walter Clayton strained his hip and accidentally simmed. Okay, stop simming, please. First 2 games, we beat the Heat by 3. Mate and Scotty put up 18. Pride Miletic's very first game ever, 6 points, 4 turnovers, 3 fouls. And he's going to score less in the second game. All right, we're back. After the 11-point loss, calls for Daphne Keene to fire everyone have started in New York after trading franchise legends. After trading up for picks 2 and 3, Pride Milicic 0 for 6 in Game 2. Did have 4 assists, 3 steals. Is that Bryce up there with 12 points in 10 minutes? He's actually scoring pretty well so far. Giannis only 6 points, 3 of 11. I will say Scotty has been at the top both games. Now 19 per game is a lot less than 27 per game, but it's only 2 games in. I think it's too early to change anything up yet. We're 1-1. It's quite literally almost as early as it could possibly be. We did have an injury, and I wanted to change this after game 1, but I accidentally simmed. So we're going to give Topic Walter Clayton's minutes. For the next, 4 games? 3 games? Can't count. And we go on a little winning streak, so we're back. Burry's 23, Giannis 19, Milicic 4, 7 assists though. Swigo 4 and 5. Price comes back down to earth after 2 good games. Giannis leads us with 21 against the Knights. Bronny had 13 on 6 of 6. Milicic 6. We're so back. Mitchell Robinson 10 rebounds. Now we're back. 10 rebounds and 5 fouls. Heck yeah, dude. Now we're back to normal. And then we beat the Bucks by 10. Burry's 32 in only 26 minutes. Pepsi had 15 off the bench. Giannis 11 and 9. Here we go. We got 10. We got 10. Averaging 5, 2, 3, a steal, about a block. Have you not gotten to the free throw line yet? You probably don't drive too much, so you're probably not going to be a high volume free throw shooter. Mitch Robinson, 7 boards. Well, it's kind of a good start at 4-1. We are second in the East. Through 5 games, our stats. Scotty Barnes' scoring is down considerably, but the shooting is there, so I'm not really concerned about it. Burry's is averaging 18 as well, so that's nice. He's off to a great start. Giannis, 14 and 9. Honestly, isn't too far off of what we were getting from Cat. Plus 3 assists. Hasn't been bad. Mate, now obviously the scoring is drastically different from Brunson, but 8 assists. So I think he at this point, as far as like players on the court connecting with each other, I think the connectivity with him out there is probably better than how Brunson would be right now for us. For the Hornets so far, he's averaging 13. Actually, the assists are back up to about 5, but only 13 points a game. The shooting has decreased. Granted, only 6 games. Rosser's missed a couple. Wonder if he's hurt actively. And our first matchup with the Slimes is approaching as we lose to the Wizards. No, I don't want Ace Bailey. There he is. I'm scared. I don't think we've simcast a regular season game yet, but we might do this one. As Barnes had 28. Topic 16 and 5. Not bad. Man. Do we keep Milicic in the starting lineup throughout the season? Playing like that? Not that he's been bad, per se, but the scoring At 5 points a game has not been phenomenal. Jaquez would be our other option. He had 2. He's only averaging 4. Slimes game incoming. And we're coming off a loss. Even though we scored 45 in the 4th, not a good offensive performance. Other than the 4th. They still have the same starting 5. What is Justice averaging so far? 19, 19, and 13. With about 2.5 steals and 2.5 blocks. Go and take him out. Not the biggest betrayal in the history of Friends or anything. That's fair. So honestly, 19 points isn't as good as I expected, but 19 boards, 13 assists, 4.9 stocks. Of course, he's probably handling the ball a lot, so turnovers kind of high. Only 51% from the floor. I'm sure he's shooting a lot of threes, and he's only 27% so far. 98 free throws. He's playing almost the entire game. His plus minus is 8.5. He's only missed 1 free throw. He's only committed 20 fouls in how many games? Like 6 or 7? Oh yeah, we can see his badges. Oh boy. His career high is only 29 so far. So he's not, I mean, his last 4 games, he's only scored 20 as a high, but 26 boards and 23 assists in a game in which they lost to OKC in 51 minutes. Must have been an overtime, maybe 2 overtime game. Pretty crazy. Shot chart so far. His hot zone so far. Oh, it's a new Slimes record. Wow, imagine that. This is what, their 2nd year of existence, maybe 3rd. Crazy to have a center also averaging 13 assists. I know Jokic has probably done that, or close to it, but he's not an all-time great yet through 5 games, I would say. For most new Slimes records. Yeah. He's going to set a lot of Slimes records, I think. Well, let's simcast. Uh-oh. Not even done with the first quarter yet. Uh-oh. We're reining him in, though. 10-point lead now. Has a number 1 overall pick ever faced off against a number 2 and 3 overall pick in the same game? Looks like we're going to get the best of him in this first matchup. Unless he goes crazy here in the 4th with 2 minutes to go. Not going to happen. 122-106. Slime's not strong enough. Fall to the Knicks. Hashtag not good enough to beat us. Oh boy. Yeah, give him bulletin board material. He only scores 14 on 4 of 9 shooting. Does Justice not quite have the tendencies to take over a game? Does he not have the Mamba mentality? Remember when they used to say that about LeBron all the time? He just doesn't have that mindset to go out and dominate. Becomes the highest scoring player of all time. He's just not that good of a scorer. Okay. Scotty Barnes leads us with 28 in this one. Burry's 17, Giannis 16, Mullet 6 and 6. Swigo just 2 but 6 boards. I think long term, Swigo becomes Mitchell Robinson. He's a better free throw shooter, but he's actually shooting from the floor worse. And he is a good rebounder. So if long-term Swigo's our backup center, I don't really have a problem with that. even paying him what we're paying him. It's just, I don't think he's ever going to become like a cat level center for us. But could he play close to 20 minutes a game like Mitchell has over the years? Yeah, I think so. 92 draft class had Shaq, Alonzo, and Leitner at 1, 2, and 3, and those three guys all played for the Heat in 04, 05. Interesting. Gosh, Leitner was still playing in 05? Sheesh. I don't know why that's so hard to believe when he's in the same class as Shaq, who played till like 2012 or whatever. 2015, I don't know. When did Shaq play till? Yeah. So Shaq probably played till 2012, 2014. I don't know. Well, we just beat the best player in the league by 16. I don't think there's a need to make an adjustment to our lineup. Next, we got Jokic and Paolo. Beat them. We beat the Sixers by a point. I promise I won't look every single game box score, but this early into Miltic's career, I wanted to check. You are shooting the ball very, very, very well from the floor. Just not shooting a lot, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because we do have Scotty and Burries to do the majority of our scoring. Giannis still averaging 15 and 8. His free throw shooting has evaporated. He was 72% last year. He's 45 right now this year. This game against the Nuggets, he was 2 of 2 for 10 points. True. This game, you put up 8 on 2 of 3, 5 assists. Kind of like what I was talking about with Mate. You seem to be a connective player where it works with you on the court, to where I know you're going to get some rebounds, you're going to get some assists. Defense is going to be decent, not a liability. You're going to swing the rock, and you're going to help set up guys like Scotty Barnes do the workload of scoring. So I certainly don't mind having you out there. Again, Mitchell Robinson doing his thing, 10 boards, 6 on offense. Bryce started hot shooting. It's down to 3.5 per game, so not great. Interesting. We've got another important game now against the Hornets. Brunson will start. IRL, when I played pickup at the YMCA in the park, I was just like that, never shot unless wide open from 3, and I was a passing guy with good court vision, so that checks out. I did basically base your ratings and your badges and your tendencies on what you told me like 2 weeks ago, or however long ago that was, like a week ago. About a week ago. So that could be part of why we're not seeing a ton of shots go up. But also because we have other scorers in the lineup, like Giannis still, Barnes, and Burries. How about a Oswego? I wonder if anybody's ever made that meme towards him. We're in a close battle here with Brunson. I'd expect nothing less. 2-point lead with 2 minutes to go. 3 points, 1 point. We've stopped scoring. Hornets take the lead, and we win it. No, that was only the third quarter. I'm done. I was like, why is the game still going? All right, we're going to take it, it looks like. Did I speak too soon? Probably. The same thing has happened as it did in the third quarter. We've blown it again. Up 3, up 1 with 30 seconds, up 2, up 3, up 2, tied. It is going to go to overtime. Oh boy. Back and forth the whole game. I can't believe you've done this. We're up 1. We're tied with 2 minutes. Anybody's game with a minute to go. Nobody wants to score. Nobody wants the game. The Hornets take a 1-point lead. And that will be the final. Oof. Triple-double for Rosser. Tough loss. Tough loss that I thought we had in the bag. 38, 18, 11 for Rosser. Brunson 16 on just 5 of 15 shooting. Bam, just 5 of 11. Burry's a double-double. Burry's getting 10 rebounds is surprising. Diawara with 14. He'll have games like this where he just pops off for no reason. 4-4 from 3. Bronny just 1 assist, 3 turnovers. Miletic. Swigo. Man, that's a tough loss. We know the Hornets are going to be one of the teams to beat in the East, though. And we took them to overtime and only lost by a point, so it's not bad. And we play them again soon. Walter Clayton's finally healthy again. We just lost some games. I think we're going to give Clayton his backup point guard minutes back over Topic. Maybe Topic gets 6 and Clayton gets 18 instead. He's averaging 3 assists. Keep in mind, Clayton's been playing off the bench just a few minutes per game as opposed to Clayton this whole time, though. We'll distribute it like that, maybe. Or maybe even... Let's do that. Mitchell, he's still getting 7 boards, but his free throw shooting is as bad as it's ever been, and his scoring is even down farther. We're going to give 2 of his minutes to Swigo. And Bronny's going to lose some minutes, I think. 2 are going to go to Bryce. Two are going to go to Breeze. Scotty's not quite playing 32 minutes a game for some reason. I'd like him to play 34, but... And then Giannis is only playing 25. Why is that? I don't know. They want me to give Miletic only 11 minutes a game. Your shooting has come down. I don't mind having you out there in the lineup, though. Because right now it's either you, Bryce, or Jaquez. I guess I could start Pepsi over you, which that would be a betrayal. Pick 3 over pick 2. And he's not shooting well. 29% from the line. 2 of 7. Small volume, but... Alright. Let's do another simcast with the Hornets here and then go through the end of the season, maybe. Back and forth again. I guess it should be expected. Going to be a lower scoring game as well unless we get to overtime. 2.5 minutes to go. We take a 1-point lead. They take a lead. We take a lead. Minute 20. They take a lead. We take a lead. 2 points. 4 points. 6 points. They forgot how to score there at the end. 103, 102. Another 1-point win. This time we get it. Giannis with 27. Mate 10 and 9. Mitchell 13 boards. Swigo 5 boards. If we were playing a shorter rotation, we'd probably win that game by more points. 24 minutes and not a lot of stats. Well, 2 of, what is that, 2 of 6? Yeah, 2 of 6. 2 blocks at the small forward spot. It's not bad. For a player that's not really defensive minded, the shooting has gone down. But it's there. It's capable. 92% at the line. Also, I will say your overall being at an 80 is a bit inflated because of all your badges. Like if you had no badges, I think you were like a 75. So you're kind of on par with Pepsi in terms of just overall stats right now. But the badges should help. I keep saying you. Miletich play a little better. So you are a. I just can't. I can't not say you. I see Mullet and I just can't. I can't not do it. What was I even going to say? You're a ball hawking, diming sniper. With 7'2" wingspan. What is justice, by the way? Can't see here. Ball hawking play shot. All right. Well, is there anything I want to change with the rotation? Some guys are getting tired. Don't really care. TUR is only playing 4 minutes a game, and he's averaging 4.4. You're also only playing, 23 minutes a game. If you were playing a full 30, you'd probably be closer to 7, 8 points. Let's go with that for now, and let's go through like January with this lineup. Well, maybe not. Yes, that was Daphne, actually. So just like that, Jaquez is back into the rotation, more so. Bryce is only out for 1 to 2 weeks, so it's not going to be a huge lingering problem, but no. We're sitting at 6th in the East currently. Walter Clayton poked in the eye. We'll put the mask on. He'll be all right. Bryce is back. So just like that, Jaquez is back out of the rotation. I think he was getting like 12, maybe only 10, but 12 is fine. Clayton's fine. Okay, a more significant Bryce James injury. Torn right MCL, 8 to 10 weeks. And Walter Clayton's cold, so let's swap our backup point guards for now. And Bryce is going to lose all his minutes again. Dior is still playing really well. Swigo, 4-4 just about. Bronny's up to 41% from 3. 14 of 34. How's Pepsi playing? About 7 points, 3 rebounds. Free throw percentage is climbing, about 60%. Mitchell's gotten his scoring up over 2 and 6 boards. Giannis at 37 now. No plans to retire. Miletich, 5, 2.5, 3.5 assists is really nice. About a steal per game. It's just the shooting percentages so far. And that's another reason, obviously, if you were shooting the ball a little better to start here. Look at the plus minus, though. That's important. And also somewhere in here, there's Estimated wins added, slightly negative. They have every injury in this game. Bad timing to bring that up as we lose Bryce for a bit. It is nice. Madden, we can't have concussions in Madden because that'll make the NFLPA sad. It's like, why? It's a real injury that happens. I understand not having suspensions in the game, but actual injuries that happen, yeah, they should be in the game. So we blow out the Pacers, who seem to still be terrible. One day I'll have to do a Pacers series where they aren't terrible. One day. If we're getting 80 years through this, though, it's probably not going to be anytime soon. We got 20 years to follow Justice, Miletich, and Boldak, so Pacers series where Luka stays. I don't know if I could replicate getting Luka to the Pacers other than force trading. As we are stuck on this Bulls game. There we go. All that just to lose by 15. First round pick and Demon for Mayhop. No. And we'll have to check the CPU trades as well, since those are on. Pacers want to give us Kneppel for Kneppel and Jarris Walker for Scotty and Giannis. Well, no. No. A guy and a first for Ronnie in a second. No. Wow, the Bucks are still bad too, huh? Reed Shepard, I did want once upon a time, and they are offering Eamon, who is like a 10-point per game guy only. For Scotty, no. Bryce is almost fully healthy. This would be a Sewer Thompson for Mate and Walter Clayton. No. It's funny, we just got offered both Thompsons, though. As we are down to the end of January, we are 5th in the East. The Sixers are good. That's new. The Bulls are up there. Celtics. Interesting. So, should we check on our old friend, Cooper? The Mavs are Bine and Cooper, as well as Hiller, are untouchable. So, not going to be happening. They still want CJ Rosser. That won't be happening either. Everyone wants Rosser and Zach Edey? That's interesting. Why is Zach Edey so popular? He's been a free agent previously. I don't know. So the Cooper Flag trade will not happen still. Let's check our stats again. I must have clicked on, what did I click on? Oh, rookies. Rookie stats. So Henderson, 15 a game. Zach Tucker, he's not the big man. He was the 8th pick, averaging 12.5. Forbes, Swing, Knight, Paul, who I kind of trash after they traded up for him. Weber. Then we have Pepsi, Manning, Elliott, Demuk, Mason, Jenkins, Hughes, Kemp, Crawford, Best, Houston. There's Pride Miletich. Justice averaging 19, 19, and 13 still with 2 steals, 2.5 blocks. And the 3-point percentage is coming along too. That's not good. That's not good for the league. That's scary for the league. However, let's look at assists. You're 6th in assists. 0.9 steals is tied for 5th. 0.6 blocks is not up there. You're not up there for turnovers or fouls. That's good. It's a rookie season. We're coming along. There's you, Justice, Tucker, Henderson, and Tugay are the only rookies that are actually starting and playing a lot. So, well, I guess Green as well. I'm still thinking you'll be an All-NBA second team rookie, I would say. At this point, we'll see. There's only 3 guys that are averaging more than 8, so it may be time to tighten up the rotation. We'll get there. Yeah, we got 20 years, basically. Bryce is going to be back, though, so I say it's time to tighten up the rotation, but maybe not. Clayton, 36% from 3. Topic, also 36% from 3. Similar players, playing similar minutes. I guess that's fine. Mayhop, 4 and 2 boards. I guess that's fine as well. Daphne is now on the phone. She was here and sneezing, and now she's calling. Jaquez just doesn't really have a role right now. Bryce needs some minutes. Pepsi, the free throws up to 71. Giannis only playing 25 minutes a game anyway. Might as well take some minutes off of him. And then Barnes is at 30. Once we get to playoff time, this definitely will tighten up, but right now, Bryce only 8 minutes. Diawara is still putting in 7, which at this point would be his career best since the rookie season. 42% from 3, just 55 at the free throw line. He's an interesting player as well. Speaking of interesting players, of course, 4 and 4 for Swigo. I guess we're not tightening up the rotation yet. Let's go. I don't think there's anybody to negotiate with. No. So we ended up $5 million under the salary cap, by the way, after giving Giannis the $50 million. He's going to come off the books. He's the only player that's going to come off the books as well. We'll still have about $42 million to spend on possibly his replacement. Every other player is going to be under contract, so we're going to have to decide, do we want to build up our future stash of draft picks again, or do we just want to go out and try to get a star player to add to our roster next season? Yeah, let's go through, I think, the end of the regular season. 5th in the East. Bryce fully healthy. If that drops, like if we drop out of even 6th in the East, I'll stop it and shorten up the rotation. Burries can play through it, though. Probably not wise headed into the All-Star break, but he's going to be healthy anyway, so not a big deal. We're up to 4th, meanwhile. And Jaquez, man, this is like his 3rd long-term injury. 4 to 6 weeks isn't too bad. But he was also only playing 6 minutes a game and he got hurt. Those minutes, I think, are all going to go to Bryce, although he's cold right now. I keep saying things and then immediately take it back. Do we give Miletich more minutes here? The scoring, not there yet, but 2.5 boards is fine, and 3.5 assists is important. I don't want to gloss over that. Or do we give it... I think we'll give 2 to Mate and actually 2 to Burries right now. We beat the Slimes again by 12. Only 83 points from the Slimes. Maybe the Slimes won't be the first playoff team of the expansion rosters. Blow out the Wizards. I think we're going to finish in the top 4 in the East. Beat the Thunder by 20. Lose to the Bucks. That's not good. Jaquez is going to be back for the playoffs if we need him. I'm not sure if we're going to need him, but Clayton's averaging 4 and 2. Topic 7 and 3. I think we're going to take minutes off Clayton. Take 2 off Diora. And hopefully doing this as well prevented anyone else from getting hurt. Like obviously if we're playing starters close to 40 minutes a game, they're going to get hurt more often, just like real life. I say that, and then we lose Mohamed Diawara. Left hand fracture, 4 to 6 weeks. John, can I get a wellness check on John? So just like that, Jaquez is going to be more important again. And with these 4 leftover minutes, I think it's finally time to unleash the beast. Up to 24 minutes a game. That was John calling. A new MVP with not the most amazing stats in the world, but this is Cup MVP. Yeah, I forgot once we added the expansion teams, the NBA Cup gets way, way later in the season. Justice has 1 MVP, averaging more rebounds than points. It's literally just because he plays a lot of minutes, I feel like. Is it crazy to override the MVP winner? Like, look at Cameron Williams here. He led the league in scoring, and he averaged 15.5 rebounds, which would have been second. And he had 5.5 assists. I don't know their records, and I can't check here, but I feel like he was and he played every single game, all 82 games. I think that's fair. Sorry, LJ. You can win it down the line, but we got a 32 and 16 guy, and you're still going to win Rookie of the Year. The scoring just not really great. Not great. Good, and everything else is great. Nearly 50, 40, 90 in his rookie season. He had 53 triple-doubles. He's going to quickly be on the list very, very high for all-time triple-doubles. I think you can check that. I will do so when I can. Dash Daniels, 6th man. Justice defensive player makes sense. Dash Daniels also most improved. Peterson clutch. Steve Kerr still with the Warriors, but then we have a different executive for the Sixers. Interesting. Huh. He will make the first team with Cameron Williams. Peterson, Rosser, and Shea still making the first team. Paolo, Koa, Pete. Now, again, granted, it's because of the heavy minutes. Luka with the Kings in his first year. Scotty, All-NBA third-teamer. He didn't have the best scoring season, but he did play far fewer minutes, and his shooting percentages went up. So I'm not mad about it. What a great logo, dude. That's awesome. Boozer on the second-team defense. How did he do this year? About his career numbers. All-rookie first team, Justice, Henderson, some other guys. Second team, Pride, Miletich, Mackenzie-Jevic does make all-rookie second team as the number 2 pick. His final stats, just over 5 points, 2.5 boards, 3.5 assists. 36% from the field, 35 from 3, 86 at the line. And a positive plus-minus. So we're going to count on you in the playoffs. Played all 82 games. Phoenix now all of a sudden is an 8 seed. Has to go through the play-in. And then the East, Hornets, the 8 seed. How? Brunson averages 15 and about 4. That roster right there is an 8 seed. Oh boy. That's scary for the East. We're going to have to play the Pelicans. So we are now in the 2030, 2031 playoffs. Is that accurate? I think so. No, 2031-32 playoffs. Yeah, I'm gonna lose track of what year we're in from now on. But the Sixers had by far the best record in the East, followed by the Hawks, Wizards, us, and Pelicans. Looking at our stats for the year, Scotty did lead us in scoring, and Giannis was second. What I assumed would be the case. Giannis not retiring. Burry's at 15 a game, Mate at 12. Nobody else more than 7.5, and Diawara was next in just 11 minutes per game. Should we count on him to play more in the playoffs? It would be over Pepsi, who does average more rebounds and assists and steals. So I don't know about that one. Bronny's still 6 points, still just 1.5 assists. We talked about Pradmolitic. Mayhop about 5 a game. He's another guy that's like on the cusp of possibly being a starter for us, but just we don't have the minutes to go around right now. Swigo, same deal, 4.5 points, 4 rebounds. Had a great playoffs last year. Hawkes 4 points, Clayton about 4, Bryce 2.5, Mitchell 2.5. Now here's a guy. His name's Pride Mulletich. Here he is. He's out here averaging 5 points. All right, let's get through the play-in. And the Suns will get the 7 seed. Houston will get the 8. So the MVP of the league was the 8 seed. Also, the Slimes do make the playoffs. They are the first expansion team to make the playoffs, and they will face off with the Thunder. And Justice will match up with Yannick Niederhauser. So good luck to the Thunder on that one. You know who else has PM as their initials? Patrick Mahomes. Didn't think you'd get a Patrick Mahomes reference in, but here we are. Bronny has a sore right knee to deal with. He may not be in the rotation. We're going to get the Pelicans. They still have Derek Queen and Jeremiah Favors, along with DeJounte Murray. Cam Whitmore is here, and Tristan Vukcevic. Now, this might be a series to heavily feature Giannis, as he's going against Vukcevic. And it's certainly going to be, finally, a shortened up rotation. So, my Diawara moved down here. Oh, he's hurt. I forgot. Why are you down here? Oh, yeah. 2 to 4 weeks for Diawara and Bronny day-to-day with a right knee. I think both will not be seen in this first round. We're going to let Bronny recover. And yes, it's possible we could lose this first round, but we have other guards we can play. I don't think Walter Clayton's going to play either. He's on a cold streak currently, and he only averaged 4 and 2 on fairly bad shooting throughout the year. That leaves us with 12 players. Bryce. The shooting came way down. It started off nice. It didn't end up very nice. We're going to cut Bryce's minutes. Now we're down to 11 players. Pepsi had a nice rookie season. The shooting was worse than I was hoping for. We're also going to cut his minutes, and Swigo's going to take that spot. So just like that, we're down to 10 players. Just for a moment, we're going to give Pepsi 40 minutes. Don't worry, that's not going to it's not going to stay that way. We're going to limit the bench to 10. We're going to take Pepsi's 40 minutes right back. And now we got to figure out our bench. So Topic actually shot the ball pretty well. Averaged 7 and 3. Very Tyler Kolek of him to average 7 and 3. We'll leave him at 14. Mayhop didn't play a ton of minutes, but shot the ball pretty much as well. We'll give him maybe 16. Hawkes Could play a quarter. Swigo. It's playoff time. It's Swigo time. 20 for him. And then Mitchell, maybe 18. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 for the bench. For the starters, we have 22 more minutes to go around. I want to get Mate to 30, and I want to get Burries at least to 30, and Giannis to 30. So just like that, we have 14 minutes only to work with. I want Scotty playing heavy minutes. I want Giannis playing pretty heavy minutes. You get a hit. You get an extra 5 minutes, and you get an extra 5 minutes. That only leaves us with 2 extra minutes to go around now. It's going to go to Burries. We'll see how Milicic starts off in the playoffs and go from there at 24. We probably should have gone to this rotation sooner, but we still made it in as the 4 seed, so. Ten-man rotation. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, I forgot about that. Man, that makes me think of the Waffles song. Car 98. Oh, what was it was like the last one that was made. We're in it now, I think it was. That was a good one, too. All right. It's playoff time for whatever year this is. Game 1. At home against the Pelicans. We lose. Ooh. Fears, Murray, 17. Giannis, 16. Lettuce. Milicic, 11. Hawkes didn't score. Mayhop, 3 of 7. Mitchell, 8. Shorten rotation, I think, is the right idea, but look at Swigo, 13 and 10. My man. He started like he knows ball. He knows ball. New ball. There we go. Got into gambling. He had been doing like FanDuel stuff for NFL for a while too, but don't know what he streams. I know he's tried playing Marathon, and chat didn't like it. And that was after he tried playing High Guard, and nobody liked it. But and then all the streamers like, "Yo, chat, I just don't get why you guys don't like the game already. I don't even understand." And then nobody played it. I just don't get it. Ninja was the worst offender about that, to be honest. When I heard him going on about High Guard, it's like, dude, it'd be like that sometimes. Sometimes people just don't like a game. I tried it. I didn't actually play a game, but I played the tutorial and I played through, or I just did some practice and I got my settings how I wanted it and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, I'm not going to play the game unless I can get 2 friends to play it, and I couldn't get 1 friend to play it. So game 2. On that note, we do win. Scotty 25, Mate 21 and 12, Giannis 19, Mayhop 19 off the bench. Swigo again with 12. Just kind of baseline solid numbers from Milicic, and then the 10 boards from Mitchell. As we win by 33, by the way, after losing by 6. Let's keep it going. Game 3, we lose by 5. Giannis 29. Scotty just 11 on 12 shots. Swigo 10 and 7. Do hate that a popular streamer can hate a game and it makes their whole fan base flock to the same option, and then the game is getting hate from people who haven't played it themselves. And it makes their whole fan base flock to the same opinion. That happens, but also what I've noticed with Tim and, like I mentioned, Ninja, the opposite happens. Where if they really like a game, people will hate the game. But it's game dependent, though, I feel like, ultimately, because yes, streamers on some hand, to some degree, have an influence. And I think that's become more prevalent now because it's like, well, rather than pay $80 for a new game, I'll just watch a streamer I like play it and see if it's worth buying. And if they like it, maybe I'll like it. So I get that. Greetings, Shadow. Boldak is here. We actually managed to draft him and Miletich. Don't mind that he's not playing right now in the playoffs, but he's on the team. I think we need to do something. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to do something. Topic just is not shooting the ball well. Mayhop is. Jaquez isn't. Swigo is shooting his normal stuff. Mitchell Robinson's doing his normal rebounding thing. Swigo 48 minutes. That could be the key. Could be. I like what I've seen from Mate. He's averaging 17, almost 10 assists, although the shooting percentages are kind of bad. Burry's scoring has been down. We're going to get Giannis and Scotty up to 40 minutes for Game 4. Pivotal Game 4. We lose. Oh, man. Burry's 18, Scotty 18, Giannis 17. Swigo 12-9. We now have to win 3 straight. They've got the big man in there. Jeremy, go here. 7'6", 290. Go here. Former Hornet. I thought I recognized him. He was a Missy. He's also on the team, but hurt right now. No one sucked, but no one stepped up. That seems to be a problem we have currently, which is a bit of a problem. Now, Bronny is tied for our third highest player, and he's not playing currently. But he also only averaged 6 points per game in 13 minutes a game. You might be on to something with Swigo, and, I trust him. The Slimes are getting kind of rocked by the Thunder right now, down 3-1 as well. Their rotation right now, we may actually need Swigo to go in, and it may be at the expense of Miletich, despite starting every game this year so far. I will say, though, Burries has not played well either. He's averaging 9 rebounds somehow. I don't need him out there for rebounds, though. I'm not going to say, oh, he rebounds at a high clip. If we're starting Swigo and Giannis and Barnes, we don't need the rebounds. We're going to go big, and we're going to go with Swigo instead of Burries. And I think we're going to lose. Mayop's averaging 12. Topic only 7. We're going to lose Topic. We might need Bronny for at least a stretch. Burry's minutes are going to go down. Swigo's going to play heavy minutes. Mate just, for averaging 14.5 points, he's only shooting 33% from the field. Giannis, Scotty, we need you, man. We need you guys to step up. Even Miletich, who's shooting crazy good in the playoffs. and playing 27 minutes a game. We have 90 minutes at the center position being logged because of Giannis playing at the 4. That's okay. Scotty Barnes and Giannis are going to become LeBron and AD real fast. All right. Simcast, Game 5. I didn't mean to hit play game. Simcast. Sim. Off to a decent start. We're maintaining the advantage. We're up by about 20. We're up by about 30. We're up by about 40. And we win by 37. Mate could do no wrong tonight, seeing the floor and absolutely dealing. I like the sound of that. But Yves Missy has re-entered the starting lineup for them as he's back from injury. Something to maybe consider with our rotation. But we did just win by 37, so this might be the way to go. Mate, 24 and 15. Scotty, though, 34. Burry's 23 off the bench. Giannis, 20 and 16 at power forward. Swigo, 13 and 9. Milicic, 4 boards, 5 assists. I think this is the rotation we want. Bronny's first game in a while, scored 9 points. I think this is our rotation. Game 6. At home. Nope. On the road. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Here we go. Close early. Halftime. Going to be down by about 5. We're in it. We're taking a lead into the 4th. Back and forth. In the 4th. 4 minutes, 2 minutes, up 3, up 5. Minute to go, up 7, up 5, up 7. They can't stop us. And it's a 3-3 series. They'll keep Missy in the lineup. Same lineup. Could we swap Scotty to the 2 and try to get a better matchup? Him against Jet Howard. Something to consider as well. First of all, box score. 25 for Barnes, 20 for Giannis, 16 and 11 for Mate. He seems to have become the point guard. 10 for Milicic, 10 for Swigo. The essence of LeBron possessed our team. Mitchell, 11 boards, 7 on offense. So good at that. It's crazy. Do we make that change? Because we've won the last 2 games with our current lineup, or 3 games, I think. 3? 2. This one was only by 7, and it was close. Swigo walked so Mate could run. If only Bryce and, Mayap's getting minutes, but if only Bryce could get some minutes, we'd have all of our draft picks in this entire series getting minutes. We've only had 6. That wasn't even supposed to be a joke. We've only had 6 draft picks now, including Milicic, and I guess Pepsi's not getting minutes right now either. And Diawara is still hurt. I'm going to swap Barnes and Milicic. Barnes is going to play the 2 so that his primary matchup is Jet Howard instead of Cam Whitmore. Now, I say that, but have they developed to where that makes no sense? They're both just kind of meh defenders. Jet Howard is a considerably worse athlete, so I think this is actually a good choice. They also have Mathurin, but he's hurt. That helps us. Dislocated right patella for Mathurin. Game 7. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go faster. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, we pulled it back. Down 12 at the end of the first isn't great, but we outscored them by 15 in the second. Oh boy. Oh boy, we had a close one. We're up 10. Finish them off, up 10. Pulling away. There we go. 115, 100. The Greek Freak, Knicks Greek Freak scores 21. Who would have thought? We'll face off with the 1 seed Sixers. I think we thought about trading Maxey for them at one point. Good thing we didn't, I guess, for them. The 2 and the 3 seeds advance in the East. The 5 and the 8 advance in the West. The Rockets sweep the 1 seed Warriors. We tried to make a trade for them, and they ended up not really needing it, but they get swept. Jeremy Sohan, once upon a time, was in our rotation. Averaged 21 and 9, but swept. Keontae George moved to the bench. Shooting terribly, I guess. That makes sense. Timmy Gilliard. And then the Thunder do beat the Slimes in 5. Justice, 17, 17, 15 assists. He seems to have more of a point guard mentality than a physical freak dominant, just be Wilt Chamberlain center mentality. Interesting. And then the 2 and the 3 also advance. Phoenix goes out in round 1. You know who I don't see? Even in the play-in? The Kings. $33 wins for Luka, Caleb Wilson, and the Kings. Only beating the Sonics and the Lakers, who still stink. The Brooklyn Knights, 9 and 73. We've added 4 expansion teams. They're the only one that have been added to the East. The Sonics, 23 wins. The Rollers, 37. And then, of course, the Slimes with Justice, 53. That helps. But we're ready for round 2, and Diawara is still going to be out. I think we're going to continue to play this starting 5. And rather than put Edgecombe on Miletich, I think we are going to have Barnes continue to be the 2. Luka, oh my gosh, do I have to read these words? Paycheck maxing rather than back-to-back-to-back-to-back maxing really turned into a downfall mogging. Yes, I agree. We're actually not playing either of our backup point guards that we signed, Clayton or Topic, but Bronny can handle it. I'll never do that again. The power of brain rot compelled you. All right, game 1 against Philly. We win. Collins 30. Maxey just 11 and Edgecombe just 11. That's their small forward, right? That's primarily on Miletich. But he was the only player that could do anything, and all he did was get free throws. And he had 5 fouls himself. They only scored 78 points in this game. Wow. Barnes 19 and 13 rebounds. Giannis 18 and 8. Whoa, 14. And then 11 and 19 rebounds for Swigo. I think we've found the rotation that's going to carry us the rest of the playoffs, however far we go. Game 2, we do lose game 2 as they rebound with 131 points, basically scoring double. Collins 39, Giannis 22, fouled out. All right, game 3, as DOR is actually healthy. But we do lose, so do we consider moving Diawara into the lineup? Maybe for Jaquez? I think we consider it. Sorry, Jaquez. He's been, other than probably Burries, he's been like so up and down the rotation. Bronny just isn't really doing much. We're going to go down to a 9-man rotation. Sorry, Bronny. Game 4. Oh, we lose. Diawara 1 point on 0 for 5. Eight-man rotation? Edgecombe is starting to take over, so gonna go back to normal on that one. Diawara, you're out. Pepsi's just the 15th man at the moment. We've got 12 minutes to work with. We need Burries playing a lot off the bench. Scotty just has to play the whole game, basically. 8-man rotation now, after being 15 all year. All right, we came back from 3-1 against the Pelicans. Can we do it again against the Sixers? Simcast, Game 5. Here we go. Back and forth to start. They're getting a bit of a lead on us. We're mixing it up, back and forth. They're up about 10. Make it 8, 10, 12, 14. We've forgotten the ability to score. We need all of the stops and all of the points right now, and nobody's scoring anything, and they're scoring. Well, we got through one series. It was a fairly successful season, but we have been eliminated here in the second round. 115-101. Just don't seem to have the scoring punch. And you got a guy like Edgecombe putting up 35 in a closeout game. Zach enters the chat. Mate, 8 boards, 9 assists. Just not on good shooting. Giannis had 20. Burries 16 off the bench. Swigo 15 and 8. This is kind of why I'm still iffy on Swigo. The shot selection. I feel like he's, like I said earlier, I think long term he's Mitchell Robinson, who only had 4 rebounds in this one in 21 minutes. Barnes only 13 points. Mayhap 6, but nothing else. And our bench just wasn't really pulling their weight either, so they just kind of had us in the scoring department, despite Maxey only having 10 in this game. They didn't have to play anybody except Collins heavy minutes, and he averaged 33 in the series. Not quite there yet. Not quite. It'll be the 1 and the 2 in the East, the 3 and the 8. Houston knocks off OKC. Jokic and Paolo get swept. Tyrese and Tatum, and Pacome Dadier and Miles McBride. What a fun little team here that's developed. And OG went back to Minnesota. And Tyler Hero, who must be hurt. Do they have several guys hurt at the end of the bench? Because these overalls are higher than Igor here. For the Rockets, Zion, has he been here? Yeah, he's been here for a while. Amon off the bench. Traded Şengün a long time ago for pick 2. Was that the guy they... Was that Holt that left for Dallas? I think. Then in the East, obviously the Sixers who just beat us. Someone's missing, right? Did someone get hurt here? Noah Essengay is not who I was thinking. Were they starting Terrence Stewart that whole time? Maybe. No, Collins wasn't the 2. Something feels different. Don't know what it is. And then the Hawks, who traded those picks for DeAndre Ayton, he's actually starting right now. Averaged 10-6, 9-6 in the playoffs. Dyson Daniels appears to be out. Tariq Whitehead's off the bench. Knicks off the bench. They actually don't have... Did they actually manage to finally trade him? Let's check trades. That was literally the very first trade that happened of the season. Dyson Daniels and a pick for Dalton Knecht. They wanted to trade him badly with his three-point shooting. But now you don't really have a point guard option. So Cam Thomas exchange for Patrick Baldwin. Cason Wallace was traded. Of course, he left the Thunder a while back. Anything else of note, really? First round pick got traded. We let that one go. Did we let that one go through? No. So the Mavericks actually traded for a first round pick after trading a first round pick, maybe? Cedric Coward on the move. Kareem Lopez. Diabate from the Hornets. Malik Thomas traded again, right? So nothing super consequential, except for now in the playoffs, the Hawks having to start 72 overall point guard Colin Elliott. He's averaging 12-6. Not bad. Interesting. Let's see who makes it to this year's finals. It won't be the Suns. It's going to be the Wolves against the Sixers. Jason Tatum averaging 36. And it will be the Sixers in a sweep. Christian Collins, about 28 a game. That's tough. Tyrese 15-9 in the eliminated game. Maxey 31. So Philadelphia has added their names now to the list of champions in the series. Unfortunate. And we will move into the offseason, 2031-32. Or, no, I'm looking at the numbers up there. The playoffs that just happened was the 2031-32 playoffs, so we're now in the 2032-33 offseason, I guess. Players retiring: OG, a several-time Nick, as well as Mikal Bridges. Still has 2 years on his deal, but is 35. I guess I get that. Salutes to the fellas, as well as a bunch of generated players with 0 years of experience. We just don't need this many players in the draft classes, guys. Come on. Staff retirements: Royal Ivy, Luke Kerr, not to be... That's Michael Stauffer? No, that's Matthew Stauffer. I can't read. I was going to say, that looks a lot different than Michael Stauffer that I recall. League meetings. We don't have expansion, so we're not going to approve anything else. And just to show, there are a lot of different things you can choose from. Lottery differences, the all-star format. I think I did get rid of goaltending. Or not get rid of, but I changed it to be the European rule. I don't know if that actually saved them. Modify goaltending rules such that once the ball hits the rim... Yeah, I thought I had this on, but I'm going to turn it on now, I guess. Have that approved. I did find the Cincinnati Royals pre-made, by the way. Nice. I will look before next stream, which I don't know when next stream will be, but I didn't want to ask where you're going on vacation on stream, so don't tell me on stream, but if you want to talk about it on Discord. I was curious. It is draft lottery time. I'll let this run. Autoplay. I am still here. I was taking a drink and then looking at some things. Has anybody moved up? I haven't really been paying attention. We could still do manual trades as well every once in a while if there's a team that just it makes sense to be buyers. Have you ever been? Have I ever been here? I am an illusion. The stream isn't real. I have not. I have not been there. I don't think I've even been there passing through, actually. I've only, well, I say only. I've been as far as, um, I have been to California. It's been 20 years. What year was it? It was 2003 when I was like 10ish. Is that right? Yeah, that's about right. It's been a while. um, I've been to New York, of course, Ohio many times with family there. Atlanta a couple years ago, like 7 years ago at this point. Gee, what? All right, we got a top five here. Lakers still getting Luka Doncic picks. The Heat. Ooh, Lakers have not benefited from the lottery system, have they? In this series, the number three. We do have several picks, I believe. I think we have four, but none of them are in the lottery, which means we're probably trading for future picks again, unless the Mavs are selling. It's about that time we revisit the Cooper idea. The Knights. Believe this is the high, well, no, the Slimes got the number one pick last year. I was going to say it's the highest expansion team is drafted, but no. The Heat will get number one, and we might actually have stats to look at because this is it's still a downloaded class. I don't know. We'll see. Heat, Knights, Magic, Lakers, Sonics. We are 19th, just outside the lottery. The Cavs. That was from when we traded pick 4 away 2 years ago. 27 is our own pick, and we have 32 from Atlanta and 33 from Golden State. So these are now Octies classes, which doesn't mean a whole lot, I would suppose, to you, because I don't think you've watched any of those. But me, I do have some general knowledge of how the players pan out. So, do we have stats? If I would hit the right buttons. We do not have stats still. Okay. So we're still a couple years away from having auto-generated players and being able to look at their stats. But Torrey Mariano, Tyler Rose, some of these guys I don't remember much if they've done anything in the league. Dohanot, Jamie Thompson, Julian Wright, Tonka, De La Rosa, Big Mark. He ended up on the Knicks at some point in the series. It was after a few years, but interesting enough. Anybody else of note down here? Patel, good player on the Jazz. Mako Hardaway in this draft. You can see the overalls are kind of interesting. A lot of potentials, though, are like this guy could be fairly good or he could be terrible. Latonka is an all-time name. I think part of his lore was he had a nice Final Four run. He ended up being a fairly high pick as well. And he's projected 10th best in the class at a 75, so Big Mark right now is 78, we think. These overalls aren't exact because we haven't scouted everybody 100%, but like we don't know most guys' full attributes still, obviously. Staff signing, Daphne. Do we have other staff members other than Darvin Ham? We'll let Daphne manage again. And can we check staff at this point? I think so. Somewhere you can look at your staff, right? My staff, there we go. Yeah, we got a new assistant GM, CFO, head scout, doctor. Somewhere there's supposed to be assistant coaches. I'm not seeing them or a button in order to look at them. I have no idea. But supposedly we probably have assistant coaches. Cap holds, it's only Giannis. Now, not a terrible year at the center position from Giannis. I'm actually going to make him a power forward again, just to benefit himself. I don't think we're going to go after Giannis again. Now, this could possibly mean Swigo starts. It could mean other things happen. Don't know what it means yet. But we are going to let his cap hold go of that $60 million. Now, there's also, we can't extend players right now, so never mind. But looking at our roster, $41 million in cap. Everyone is under contract except for Giannis. So if we do make any picks or if we do want any free agents, we are going to have to make some moves. We do have 4 first rounders and 2 seconds. Try Googling this, no luck. Oh, you sent me something. Wait, the series I'm talking about or something else? That does sound good. Yeah, that's probably not a bad drive. Oh, the assistant coach thing. Got you. Yeah, I don't know. They just don't show up. I don't know. What are the Mavs doing right now? The Mavs are buying right now, and Cooper is untouchable. I don't know why I can't think of the word. So, is there another player? We're going to do this again. Is there a player around the league we could trade for? That's not Justice. Roster's now a 96. We might have known that. I'm not sure. Cade, the Pistons have fallen off at this point. We would have the cap space. He's a two-time champ in this series, and they beat us one of those times. No, neither of those times. Gosh. Do we pursue Cade? He'd be much younger than Giannis. I mean, gave Giannis a deal, so. He's making $70 million, but we could absorb that if we give them someone that's making some amount of money. Maybe Mayhop. Oh, okay, we cannot absorb that. Unless short of giving them Barnes for Cade, which maybe would be worth it, but. This would once again change our team in a major way. Probably would be worth it. I mean, he helped. He had a fairly good regular season. He helped us get through a playoff series. We gave up a lot to get him. We know we're not getting Cooper Flagg still. And Scotty is 30, as well as Cade. They're the same age. We have picks that we've stockpiled that we can send. They don't seem too interested in this year's firsts. I'm willing to do this because we have so many picks currently that we can still trade for future picks, and they just aren't willing to trade Cade. So, had to try. He is untouchable. Didn't know. Didn't see that. Jaylen Brown is still untouchable at 35. John Morant is not, though. Boney's untouchable. Cooper and Hiller. Jokic, but not Paolo. That's interesting. Paolo's a 90. He's better, and he's 8 years younger, but he's not untouchable. Pacers have anybody worth trading for? No. No, they don't. They're looking to trade Jarris Walker. Us in real life next year, probably. The Slimes obviously won't trade Justice. The Suns want Salon, Zion, and Jaw. My goodness. How to dismantle a dynasty right there. A lot of teams still want Zach Edey for some reason. Guy averages like 5 points. We gotta have him. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for here. I'm just thinking, is there a player that would be worth upgrading over Scotty Barnes? It's got to be somebody that can score and do other things well, and preferably younger, which sounds a lot like Cooper Flagg, but he's untouchable. So Edgecombe kind of gave us the business in the playoffs. He only averages 18 for them in the regular season. Ant is 30. Would Ant be an upgrade over Scotty? I'm not positive at this point. Darren Peterson, averaging 31. That would be cool. We thought about Boozer. He's surely a higher overall than that. I just missed him, right? Yeah, he's right here. He's a 92. Probably not getting Boozer, and we're probably not getting Peterson. But we could try. 9 rebounds and 10 assists for Peterson. Is he... He's probably untouchable, right? He's not untouchable. It says they're contending, though. What about the Jazz? Boozer's not untouchable, and they're buying. What about the Bansa? I feel like the Wizards, they were pretty good last year. He's not untouchable. The big 3 from the initial draft class. On huge contracts, by the way. We would have to include Scotty Barnes to get them. Peterson. I guess we could even include Caleb Wilson. Not the 3-point shooter that the others are. Boozer, 41% from 3. I don't know if he's all that much better than Scotty to be the power forward, to be honest. Wizards, Debansa's a 90. 5.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists. He would probably be the small forward, and then we'd have a decision to make with Miletich if we want to move him to the 2 or to the bench. So I'm not sure. I think the player I would prefer at this point would be Darren Peterson. But I don't think, despite him not being untouchable, I don't think it's going to be possible. We could actually get him. It's going to be a 4.5 star. Well, we got a lot of picks we can send you. And they just don't want to trade Peterson, do they? They value Jaquez at a 3? Oh my goodness. I don't really want to get rid of my young guys. Do they value Clayton or Topic that highly? Clayton at a 2.5. It's funny seeing Giannis keep popping up. Bronny. Is this what I was offering? I think that is. Pepsi. It's 2.5. If it took Pepsi to get Darren Peterson, I'd do it. And these future firsts are more valuable. We have acquired Darren Peterson. Hello. Scotty Barnes, Jaime Jaquez, Bronny James, Boldak Pepsi, and 2 future firsts. Sorry, Shadow. He's going to be great on the Hawks. If he ever can work his way through the rotation, my goodness. What are they going to do? what are they actually going to do? Asa Newell probably to the center. Bronny's going to be the point guard. Wow, what a move! Several times we switched to Coke. Had to get rid of Pepsi. Newell will go to center. Somehow they're just going to have to figure it out minute-wise, distribution-wise. Ricochet can play the 2 sometimes. Dalton Connect's going to have to go down probably, and then Bronny's going to go to point. Big move. Bronny, thank you for your 5 years of service. Hawkes, thank you for your 6 years of service. Wow. And Scotty, thank you for a nice season with us. But we have gone out and done the big move. We thought Scotty was the big move. We were wrong. Darren Peterson has joined the team. All right. After that extended look at Mate, who I should have left it on, Darren Peterson has joined the team. Did he take someone's number? Was that someone else number 4? Because I feel like I remember looking for number 4. It must have been somebody we traded. Who all did we trade in that again? We traded. Oh, Scotty was 4, wasn't he? Scotty, Jaquez, and Bronny. Is that all? 3 players and 3 picks. It's a massive, massive. Oh, and Pepsi. There he is. He is a better perimeter defender than post, so maybe he should be a 3. He just wasn't going to be a 3 with us, probably. Big move. We'll see if it works out. We now have several roster spots available. But Darren Peterson, the biggest get we've been able to manage. And we still have 4 first-round picks. They're just not worth all that much. So let's start packaging them. Pick 19 and 27 can get us 2 firsts from the Clippers. That seems pretty good. I think I do want to keep 1. So if we could package these 3 together. I don't want a player, though. 33 in the second rounder. Maybe I want 2 first-round picks. 2 seconds can get us 2 seconds. Can I get 2 future seconds? Yeah. No. Well, I want to get rid of my 2 current ones. What's the farthest we can move up? 19? There's 17. 17 with Clippers. We'll do that too. So now we have 2 firsts and a second. We don't have a first-round pick currently next year. We have an extra first in 2035 and an extra first in 2036. And we probably can't trade either of these for a future first. Unless we put them both together and then still no. So, all right, we've got 3 draft picks. Again, I don't know if we'll make them all, but I think we're going to go into the draft thinking that we need some players. We need some bigs. And maybe Miletich moves up to the 4. Although he's not particularly a good rebounder. I think he just kind of is a 3. So, but yeah, we do need some bigs now. We've got our guards pretty well taken care of, especially now with Peterson. Giannis is a free agent. We're not going to have cap space because we just traded for Peters. Well, you know what? We still will have some cap space because we're still moving $50 million off the board with Giannis. We actually have $58 million right now. We did not incur any dead cap from trading Scotty for Peterson. We actually have more cap now with Scotty gone. Interesting. So we could potentially look to give somebody else a max. Are there any bigs out there that are free agents? Bamba Toure, who probably still has some team control, and he only averages 10 and 8. So CJ Rosser probably also will be restricted, right, after 4 years. So the answer appears to be no, not really. Salon, 10-point per game guy. Marcus Sasser could be interesting to play as a stretch 4 if he's actually available, which I doubt. Cooper has 1 more year. If Cooper Flag could hit the free agent market next year, like actually, and we could just sign him without having to trade for him, we'll see if that actually happens, but I think it's draft time. I still want to draft some bigs, maybe even 3 bigs. We'll see how it goes. Miami Heat, pick 1. Romeo De La Rosa. He ended up being the Jazz sixth man for several years in Octi's series. Brooklyn Knights, Tony Moriano. Big bust. But maybe he won't be this time around. We got a trade, and I no longer have any say. So Jabari Smith and pick 3 for Coward and Traore to the Bucks. Interesting. Or they're leaving the Bucks. My bad. Yeah, that's a weird one. Julian Wright, superstar. He won't be part of the Suns dynasty this time, though. Thank goodness. Is that the right player? That's not the right player. Julian Wright. Julian Wright was a Sonic, actually. I'm thinking somebody else. Michael Andrews, I don't remember. So we'll see. Apparently he had 13 assists. That's probably in only one game. But Sonics, Osiris Buckley, I also don't remember him. Bucks, Tyler Rose, Finals MVP. Lakers, Big Mark, the first ever draft pick in Rollers history in Octi series. Will not be the case here, but still top 10 pick. Latonka to the Kings. The Rollers' actual first pick in this will be Drawnot. I think there were some people that wanted him in the comments out of Xavier. Head coach recently came out and called him the most coachable player ever. Is he also sneaky athletic? First one in, last one out mentality. Jalen Wicks. Another Diawara. Pronounced donut. We got 2 picks traded for Wagler and Lowe. The Sonics have been wheeling and dealing. Did they hire, what's his face? Sam Presti? Or we made the Brad Stevens joke before. Most of these guys I don't remember by name. I think Octi's like 7 years into his series. So. Trae Young traded for 2 first-rounders going to Portland. Yikes. There's Jamie Thompson, member of the Suns dynasty. Co-leader of the Suns dynasty, I would say. Falls to pick 17. Maybe I should have tried to move up. Like a Steiner. I remember the name. That's all. 2 picks for Jalen Suggs on the move to the Clippers. For Kartik Patel. Honestly, not bad. Sprinkle. First rounder for Amon Thompson's on the move to the Chicago Bulls. Bulls still trying to trade for guards. Cole Bird out of IU. Really do. Saint Truer. Who will join Justice on the Slimes? Terrence Coleman. Jet Rivers was also a pick of the Rollers. Didn't pan out too well with the Rollers, but was a, I think, early second rounder. 3 things never change. War, taxes, and the Bulls drafting another guard. Can't have enough. All right, we've come up to our 2 first rounders. I have 21 trade offers now all of a sudden. Now that's a significantly better trade offer than earlier, but honestly, it would be an upgrade over Mitchell in some ways, but I don't want to have to pay him. Jaren Jackson's down to an 83. He's fallen off ever since going to Boston. 2 future firsts. I like that idea. From the Hawks, who are good. They're giving us picks back after trading Peterson. I kind of like that idea. This doesn't make any sense why they would draft him and then just trade him for a lower pick. Filipowski, I thought about once upon a time in free agency. The Suns are now bad, apparently. So 2 first-round picks from them might be kind of good. Wizards 2 first. I still think the top trade idea I had here was the Hawks. No. Or yes. Because the Hawks are going to be good is the problem. I think I want those Suns picks, actually. We'll give them a future second. I know this says lottery protected, but if they end up keeping it, they give us their following year's first. Is just how 2K works. So, sure. All right. And now we're right back up. No trade offers now. Pick 33. I do want a big. That doesn't necessarily mean center, because right now Diawara is our starting 4. I'm not seeing a name I recognize that sticks out to me. Yeah, I don't see a name that sticks out to me that I know. And we don't have stats, so we're going to have to think about this one. There's not a center that can shoot. Power forwards, Lombardi, top available, 6'9", 265, B minus 3-point. His defense is bad. Defense is very bad. But we're not getting a player that can shoot the ball at all if we don't take Lombardi. Unless we come down here to Byron Spencer. Who's just kind of meh at everything. That defense is bad. And he's 22. Maybe we do trade this pick also and just look at our options in free agency because we're going to have cap space. I know I was prepared to take up to 3 players, but not when these are the options. We can still get Rio in a second. Still get Jaren Jackson. The Hawks would give us 2 more. Yeah, we didn't take those last 2 firsts. Maybe we do take the Hawks 2 firsts now. Thunder. They're still making the playoffs year to year. The Blazers. This probably wouldn't be bad. Trade them all for Cooper straight up. 100% they take. Well, the entire roster. I think we'll do this one with Portland. I wonder if Darren Peterson would even be enough now to get Cooper flag. I don't know. We do need a third center, so we do have a second round left. We could consider drafting a center. Udo's a 6'1" shooting guard. I would prefer somebody not in their 20s. The first option of such sort would be Ibrahim Duop, who's a D+ overall, who can rebound okay. I think we're trading this second rounder as well. 2 seconds can get us 2 seconds. Here's a swap, and we get a 2034, sure. There's probably going to be a player I missed down here, but we end up trading all 3 of our picks. So still, we've only drafted 7 players in this entire series. Let's see if I can name them. Swigo, Bryce James, Mayop, Mate. Or is it only 6? Because that's 4. And then Miletich and Pepsi. I think it's actually only 6 players. So the draft class, De La Rosa's a 78, tied with Mariano and Wright. Big Mark's a 78. Tyler Rose a 76. Thompson's only 75 to start. I would keep my eye on him and Wright most of all. But maybe De La Rosa will have a better chance to develop this time. No 80s, but it is a very good overall class. His classes don't typically have like superstars in it. But, I mean, there was a 74 there in the second round. This guy's better than the point guard that the Cavs traded up to pick 4 to take with us several years ago. So no rookies to sign, no options. Anthony Edwards has declined, as well as Tyrese Haliburton. Could Ant go back to Minnesota to play with Tatum? Could Haliburton be an option for us? I don't know. No qualifying offers. So we hit free agency. CJ roster isn't here, but restricted. Marcus Spears is restricted. Ant, the Cavs and Nets and Lakers are most in on him. Tyrese, Timberwolves want him back. The Pacers want him back. Interesting. And Giannis, with no offers, $19.7 million, could be an option for us, as we have $58 million in cap. And we need 4 players. It'd be cool if he went back. I know I traded him because they were very bad, and they're still very bad, but it would be cool. What'll probably happen is Anthony will end up going to one of these several teams, and then Haliburton will just re-sign with the Wolves, would be my guess. But we'll see. So what do we need? We know we need bigs. We need a third center. We need forwards. Possibly a starting option at small forward, although we know Miletich is going to develop. Considers himself a loyal person. He'd like to stick around. Well, that's good, because he's contractually obligated to be here for a while. This is probably the best position group we've ever had, these 3 shooting guards right here. Elite. And actually already Peterson's the highest overall player we've had. Towns was a 90. Brunson, I think, was a 90 when we started. Could still possibly make a move at point guard to bring in a better backup or maybe even a starter. Mate's shot selection in the playoffs just did not seem good. His percentages were low. So I'm not going to prioritize center because we have Swigo and Mitchell. But forwards. We need 2 power forwards and a small. Let's see who all is available. Everyone's favorite player, Zach Edey. Anybody could have him. There's only 3 teams going after him. Chris Sinak. He did play last year, 11-8. Pretty cheap as a center option. DeAndre Ayton could be had for the voter. Power forwards, we mentioned Giannis, Zion. Could be time to reignite Sohan back into the Knicks. Laker, 3-time Laker already. Yeah, could bring back Giannis. There's not really a better option than Giannis, I would say. Zion as a Knick would be fun, but not as the starter. Well, could sign both. Zion only wants the minimum. He's 32. He averaged about 25 and 3 last year. Does not shoot threes. Giannis probably shoots too many threes. He only played 25 minutes a game last year, but we played him at center, and we played a 15-man rotation. So Giannis for a year again for only $19 million, as opposed to the $50 we gave him last year. Is there a roster spot for him? He would probably be competing with Diawara for the backup power forward. So there's definitely a spot. We have 4 openings. Giannis again for a year. And I mean, I guess I could go after one of these top players, but I don't know if I want to be on the books for... The only realistic option here would probably be Ant to play the 3 over Miletich. And that's $60 million a year. I don't know if I want to do that. So Giannis for a year, Zion for a year, and someone else that could compete for minutes at the 3. I see Jalen Tyson. Not a bad all-around player, and he doesn't... he wouldn't be starting. RJ with the Lakers last year, 15. So under 30% for threes. Tari Eason was kind of a hot commodity there for a little bit. Got traded several times. Hamilton? Isaiah Hamilton here. Former 12th overall pick. What's his shooting? A- 3-point. Good defender. He'd be another guy where I'd probably only want to sign him for a year, even though he's young. But that's an option. TJ Wagner. Donovan Mitchell now is down to an 82. A lot of these guys definitely looking for the right fits. Caden Boozer. Could end up bringing something long term. I do want to keep the salary open for next year in case Cooper Flag actually hits the market. But I do think physical 3-and-D sniper, the 3-ball. He does not shoot the 3. He's only taken 24 in his career. That's a problem. Tyson shoots 42% the last 2 years, and he actually shoots them with some consistency. I'm thinking Tyson makes a little more sense. We could keep looking. Like Moses Moody at this point, still 10 points a game, but 30. Jaden McDaniels doesn't really score. Sadiq Bey. I will say Sadiq Bey was actually a player on my short list when I very first started of players that I was interested in, along with Bronny and Keontae George of the Jazz. Meet Clifford. I think it's going to end up being Tyson. We can add him for a year. Was that 3 guys that we went after? It was Giannis, Zion, and now Tyson. You can only do 3 per week, per day, so those 3 guys do want to come. And then we still have 50, or however much it's going to end up being. We have a lot left to look at centers. Halliburton does have an agreement to go back to Minnesota. Ant still looking. The Nets. Now looking at them. They got that Giannis money. They haven't spent yet. Maybe Zach Edey. Everybody seems to want him. He's not a big-time scorer, but we could afford him. We could give him a 1-year deal for however much we want. 5 and 11. as an option, as a depth option. He's 7'4", good rebounder, good interior defender. He could even be a trade chip. We haven't really made a midseason trade in a while. I think a 1-year deal for $9 million for Edie. That puts us at the top of his list. Snag him just for 1 season. I don't mind that. He will now join. Let's make sure he actually does. And I think he does. Yep. So we get Zach Edey to join the squad. Giannis returns. Zion comes in. And Jalen Tyson. So an interesting class. 4 guys all on 1-year deals. Around the league, Anthony Edwards will go to the Nets. Halliburton does go back to Minnesota. Salon to the Warriors. DJ Wagner. Nice payday. All right. Well, that's our free agency. Is DeJounte Murray finally leaving the Pelicans? Yes, he will go to the Wizards on a cheap deal. I saw Benedict Mathurin. He just signed. There he is. With the Celtics. Also for very cheap. Player progression, roster reset, whatever you want to call it. Swego's up another 1. Inside scoring, mid-range scoring, perimeter defense, playmaking, IQ, all up. I think he's our starting center. And I think Mitchell Robinson, with his C- athleticism, his rebounding is still elite. His post defense is still very good. But with Edey here for a year, I think Mitchell's going to move into a Josh Hart-esque role where he doesn't really play that much. Maybe in the playoffs if we need him, but now that we have Edey behind Swego, that's probably our center rotation. Giannis getting worse. Zion getting worse. I mean, heck, maybe Zion starts over Giannis. Probably not. And then maybe Diawara starts. I don't know. Giannis at 37 off the bench. Play 20 minutes. Hard. Get to the rim basketball. Mitchell Robinson, one of the most odd careers. Never really a starter. Not even a 6-man. But somehow one of the most important players on the roster every year. It's just what he's good at. He's very, very good at it, and teams need that. And it's hard to contend with him doing his thing. So that does sum up his career. Tyson is going to get a little worse in some areas, a little better. Milicic not really getting better. His rebounding up slightly. Would have liked to see some things jump up a bit. Bryce, his athleticism's down, so I think Milicic still starts, and Tyson's probably the backup too, with James third option. Peterson obviously is great. His perimeter defense is up to an A+, and his IQ is up to an A+. He's going to be getting all the minutes. He can score 30 a game on just barely 30 minutes, so he's going to be playing, hopefully, about 36. We're probably going to run like a 10-man rotation. We're not going to do the 15-man thing again. Mayhop, his three-pointer goes down. Burry's three-pointer goes down. Burry's, we've tried to make him the starter. We've tried to have him, on the bench. I think he is going to start the season as the third two-guard behind Peterson and Mayhop. He'll get all the minutes until he checks himself out after halftime. That is a bit of a concern as far as his draft stock, I would say. Yeah. Mate He's going up in a lot of different areas. Up 2 overall. Clayton, down 1. C plus 3-point. He's going to be the third option again. Topic will be the 2. The second, not the 2. The second option. Interesting. Summer League. Minnesota wins it. Pair of Fisher Bros. Do we see ourselves anywhere? I assume Justice isn't playing. Oh yeah, the Lakers got Singleton, so they're going to have him next to Boney. Well, it's a decent front court at least. Don't know if they have anybody else any good. There's so many teams here. Who are we again? We're the Knicks. where are the Knicks? We were the 32 seed and we lost to the Spurs. 10-5-6 for Miletich. I want to see the Hawks as well if I can. Oh, they're right here. Pepsi led the way with 15. Pepsi 0 now taking his talents to the ATL. Skip FIBA. All-Star to Dallas. And now year 2 of OCD classes. Let's see, Marquise Cannon, roller legend. Not really a legend per se, but not exactly a meme legend either. Somewhere in between. Geno Hunt. Remember this guy for later. DeMarco Jefferson, basically Shaq. Pretty much just Shaq. Noah Holiday, roller legend, actually. And if I remember right, there's another player in this class I'm not seeing, but he's in this class. So we'll see him at some point. All right, the 2032-33 season. Giannis plans to retire. That's fair. A farewell tour with us, as our first matchup of the year is going to be against the Slimes. J.J. Crawford, not really developing for them. 2 years in a row starting, played less minutes last year. They have a new 4, Dino. This is still not a very good team, in my opinion. Maybe Justice will carry him heavier this year. In the points department, R.J. Barrett's joined. Interesting. The floor and ceiling for our roster? With Darren Peterson, I think our ceiling is still quite high. We're going through a lot of adjustment. Giannis is worse. We don't have Scotty Barnes. We're going to be starting Swigo for the very first time. I think we can still be a top 4 team in the East. Our floor, we've yet to be a play-in team. I think we're still better than a play-in team, so somewhere between 3 and 6. Maybe Darren Peterson can lead us along with Swigo to the promised land. Because we haven't been the 1 seed yet, have we? Maybe once. I was also going to tweak some jersey numbers because that matters. It matters to me at least. If you ever accidentally change something else when you're going to jersey number or something, by the way, like, I made Zion have 11 years pro, I would just back out of it and remove changes and then go back in because I don't want to tweak anything with his stats and stuff. Yeah, it's good. Sometimes if you like make them younger, their stats disappear. I've remembered that in the past. Because I was trying to do a Justice League one time where I just lowered his age every couple years, and eventually his stats started to disappear. I don't know if it still does that, but accidentally signed him to a league minimum. I accidentally traded Cooper Flag for a second round pick. Oops. Actually, I accidentally sent his talents to Cincinnati. Oopsie. Speaking of the man, the Mavs are buying. Cooper's untouchable. All right. We'll revisit it at the trade deadline, of course. Contract extensions. Mitchell for his minimum until he retires, basically. Diawara, maybe same deal with him. I don't know. And then Mayhop, one of our third draft pick of this series. Looked like a future starter when we drafted him. He still looks like someone that should be getting minutes. Only played 10 per game last year, which was on par with his rookie season. And his stats really haven't got his, efficiency hasn't really changed throughout his career. But again, a pretty decently sized contract. Now, keeping in mind we want flexibility in this offseason, we'll pick up Miletich's team option, of course. Giannis will be gone. Zach Edey will be gone. Tyson will be gone. Clayton and Zion. So right now it says we have 89 million. 21 million of that's going to go to Miltich. So we'll have about 67 million in cap, which means we would have enough to sign a top free agent if a Cooper Flag or so was there. If we sign Mayhop to that extension, we may not. It would be a bummer to lose him for nothing. But he maybe kind of depends on how he plays this year. Because he hasn't been a bad player. But again, we just traded for Darian Peterson. And we still have Burries, who ends up starting for us and averaging 15 the past 4 years. So I feel like he lost a season too, didn't he? He played for the Spurs for at least 2 years. The stats, we're too far into the league. The stats are starting to disappear. Some stats. This is going to be our starting five, though. Mate, Peterson, Mikanzjevic, Giannis, and Swigo. We're going to go to at least a 10-man. It's going to be Edey, Zion, Tyson. We're going to start with Mayop because we know what Burries is. We know he's a scorer. I want to see Mayop. And then Topic. Then our bench is going to be Robinson, Diawara, Bryce, Burries, Clayton. And I don't think any of them are going to start off getting minutes right now. $16 a game would be on par with his best 2 seasons. Tyson, he's been getting starter-ish minutes for a long time. And he only averages 11, but at least it's over 10, so maybe give him about as much as Mayhop to start. Zion's going to be interesting. He averaged 20 last year, 5 and 3. Doesn't shoot threes. Probably should be playing at least 20 a game. And then Edey, who everybody wanted, he's been also starting pretty much all the time for them. Has he been with Memphis the whole time? He has. Interesting. He finally gets to be a free agent. He signs a 1-year deal for $9 million. I would say 20 for him as well. And then we've got to figure out the rest. Not sure I want Pride Miletich playing 30 just yet. I think he's earned the 24 that he was playing in the playoffs. I think Giannis is probably going to get those last 34 minutes. We do have a lot of bigs, though. We're kind of thin at the point guard minutes, although Peterson can play the point guard spot, too. I can't not see Mahomes. Oh, no. I did not design him to look like Mahomes. It's literally... let's look at somebody else, shall we? Maybe Mayhop can get some extra minutes. Maybe him and Tyson split those. I think this is what we'll start the year off with. If Edie isn't really doing much, maybe we go back to Mitchell. We could even trade Edie. Swigo in his first ever start is going to have to deal with Liquid Justice. His first ever regular season start, I think. It's a good starting five. Obviously, Peterson elevates that. I want to check out the Hawks. We play them soon. Bronny is going to be a starter now. They're actually going to bring Jalen Johnson off the bench. That's intriguing. Well, Scotty's higher rated. It's a deep team, man. We got Jalen Johnson coming off the bench. Hawkes, Pepsi. Pepsi's up to an 81. Wow. He's going to be good. We know that. Just, man. The fans are rioting outside the stadium. They wanted Buldak Pepsi. He was supposed to have a statue. A giant Pepsi can. Pepsi just can't have a better career than me. Shadow will never let it go. I'm not sure it's going to happen for him in Atlanta, the way that roster is looking right now. It would take some injuries for him to get playing time. He's probably above Hawkes. And Scotty can play the center too, so Scotty will play some center minutes with Jalen Johnson, Rizachet, Whitehead, and Bronny. Williams is more of a 2, so if Williams goes in at the 2 over Connect, Hawkes could play the 4 rather than these guys. And then Pepsi. I guess there's a world Pepsi maybe is their backup small forward. Because he's played 12 minutes in 2 games so far. Well, he's played 24 minutes in 2 games. Maybe he is a number 2 option at that spot. Pacers still can't find a center. Edu Santos, he's developing. Kneppel, still 13 points a game max. Jarris Walker's entire stat card is gone. Johnny Furphy's back with the Pacers after 5 years away. Someone tell the Pacers about Eden. They don't even have to trade first-round picks for him right now. You can just sign him. Actually, I don't know that for sure. Let's check free agency. There's 82s in free agency. Karski barely has ever played. He's an 80. Might want to go back to your Tyler Smith with his A+ 3-point rating. All these guys in the G League just can't sign them. Doesn't make sense to sign them. Don't need them. They're just pretty good players. Which tells me it's probably time to expand another 2 teams after this season. So let's get through this season and then wrap up in the playoffs. And whenever the next stream happens, I will have 2 more expansion teams for us. We'll be ready for year 2 of Octi draft classes. And we'll see how Patrick Mahomes Pride Milicic, Mikanzjevic continues to develop. And we're going to have a lot of cap space next offseason. So let's get going. First up is the Slimes, and we lose. And Darren Peterson bruised his hip. I think that's the 3rd year in a row we've had an injury game 1. He's going to play through it, and we're going to win some games, which is nice. In fact, we've only lost to the Slimes so far. Okay, we lose to the Pacers. That's not ideal. He is healthy, and now he's not healthy. Back spasms, but he's going to play through that too. Zion, hyperextended knee. He's going to play through that. We're 2nd in the East currently. Zion's healthy. Peterson's healthy. 3rd in the East. The fans are very interested in the Knicks, which is nice. You would assume that they would be. Zion for 1st, no. I mean, the value's not bad, but Zach Edey, no. He's going to just play through it. Could put Mitchell Robinson in his place, but don't need to. Swigo. Who wants Swigo? The Wizards? Sar and Kobe Buffkin for Swigo and Giannis. If that ain't about the worst trade I've seen in this entire series. My goodness. Koulibaly for Mate and Giannis? No. Oh no, you sprained your toe. 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, averaging 9, 3, and 4.5 assists. And look at the shooting. Really unfortunate time to get hurt. Was playing really well. Tyson's going to go into the lineup. It's all over. Everything's downhill from here. Bryce is going to get these minutes. Big opportunity for Bryce. We know what we have in these guys, so it doesn't really make sense to be playing them right now when we're trying to win as many games as possible, I would say. How's everyone else doing? Mate, 15 and 9. More efficient shooting. Peterson, 27, 9, and 8.5 with 2 steals and a block. It was worth it. Tyson, 10 off the bench. Giannis, still 15 and 7. More minutes per game than last year. Swigo, in his first time starting, 9 points, 9.5 rebounds. Not bad. Edey, 4 and 7. He kind of does what Mitchell Robinson does, but doesn't have the free throw deficiency. Zion, 16 and 4. I like that off the bench. Bryce will finally get to play. Mayhop, 9.5. Do we extend Mayhop? Topic, 5 and 4. Oh, I don't know if we extend Mayhop or not, man. Career-ending injury. That would be... Would that be a stream or a series ender right there if you got hurt like that? You're back. I don't need to worry about the career. How did Bryce do in those games? 3 points, 3.5 boards, shot the ball decently well, but was only a 6-game sample size. 7 of 14. 7 of 14? 6 games? Doesn't seem like enough. But all right, get your 24 minutes back. Get back out there. We're still second in the East. I think, too, it's 3 o'clock. If we get to the finals, we'll sim the finals this stream. I think we're going to stop doing the thing where we do the next time on Dragon Ball Z. We'll get to the finals. Unless it really... Ooh. Unless it really makes sense to do so. Now, Darren Peterson is going to miss time, so that's not great. It is going to be a big opportunity for Mayhop, though, because he's going to go into the starting lineup. No finals. Dream's over. 6 to 8 weeks isn't terrible. I think we can survive that, but we are now going to have to alter the rotation a bit. And this is going to be Burries. We'll get most of these minutes, or at least like 18 minutes. Still the 10-man rotation. Still no Mitchell Robinson or Diawara. He's planning on retiring, so that makes sense. Diawara is only 27, so he's he's not retiring, but maybe sooner than you think. Pain. We should be able to survive. Still third in the East, still winning some games. Should still beat up on the expansion teams, other than maybe the Slimes. Swigo for Brandon Miller and a pick. Trade deadline. Would it make sense to be buyers here? Not to mention check in on our friend who's still untouchable, even though they're bad. They're 19 and 33. Do we maybe make a trade here? Now, Zach Edey was brought in to be younger Mitchell Robinson. We know Mitchell's going to retire, but we only signed Edey for a year. Should we consider trading Edey and his 8 rebounds to let Mitchell back into the lineup? We would basically be just trading him for a future pick. He's only averaging less than 4 points. Mitchell's only played 1 game this year. I think we could consider it, because I still think Mitchell can do the things that Edey's doing right now. And Edey had nice value before, where a lot of teams, he was one of the couple players they wanted on their list. So has the game frozen? Hopefully not. There we go. I really only want to... Thompson. I really only want a pick back, if possible. Edey for Bronny. We are missing a guard. I don't know why the Hawks would do this, but averaging career numbers. Callaway Ware. Grady Dick in a pick. Grady Dick's on a 2-year deal. Jalil Bethea in a first. Another point guard option that we don't really need. Straight up for Misi. Ron Holland. But we'd have to give up a first. Nobody just wants to give us a draft pick for him, which probably everybody has the max roster spots right now. Could get a first from the Slimes. He would be Justice's backup, and then Quinn Edwards. We could maybe trade former top 10 pick who just hasn't done anything yet. I mean, a first-round pick from the Slimes is probably going to be in the 30s, but I think it's worth it. Hopefully we don't have a season-ending injury to one of our centers, Swigo or Mitchell Robinson, but we are going to take this pick from the Slimes. And then we're going to immediately try and flip Edwards. A- perimeter defense isn't bad. B mid-range. A little too expensive, too. Goodbye, Zach Edey. It was nice to have him for a little bit. Now, we could acquire Rio and a pick. They've been trying to trade us him for a while, I feel. Again, we're just not really getting the options that I want. The Slimes would immediately trade for him back. Maybe we look for a manual trade here. The Sixers could use some depth. They have a billion point guards. Unfortunately, they'd be over the cap. It's going to be hard to trade for him. It's going to be hard to trade him. The Bucks don't have a lot of high price guys. They could use depth basically anywhere. Yeah, I'll take Tyler Rose off your hands. Number 6 overall pick. Is this the guy the Cavs took? Yes. They traded up to pick 4 with multiple first-round picks to have him play one season and then let him walk because of the Bucks. Sounds about right. The Bucks got Rose and Wright. Not gonna lie, arguably the 2 best players from this draft class, at least in the actual Octi series. All right, well, I don't think we're going to do anything too big, but I think we are going to try to offload this guy for a pick if we can. They would have to give us a player. I don't want anybody expensive. Maxime Reynaud to be our 3rd center for the rest of the year. They don't want to give us the first. You want to give us a couple seconds? Just straight up for Reynaud? Yeah, okay. So we flipped the other guy for a new 3rd string center. Mitchell will be our backup. Reynaud is fine, but eh. So, okay, Mitchell Robinson's back in. Welcome back. Who would have thought? Playing 20 minutes a game, too. Should he be playing 20 minutes a game? Probably not, because we got Swigo at 34. Swigo probably shouldn't be playing 32 minutes either, but Zion probably should be playing more. He's averaging 15. Giannis maybe even less. I think that's how we'll go for now, until Peterson's back. And since Mullet's gone, we'll take a quick pause. Other trades around the league, solo ball hanging around. De'Aaron Fox was finally traded for Nick Smith. Basically a 1-for-1 with a future second involved. Casey Wallace traded again. Cam Christie and Kobe White. PJ Mitchell for Max Christie. Jabari Smith to the Mavs. Mavs are making a lot of moves. I guess they're trying to compete. They just have not been good. And Cooper's hurt right now for 1 to 2 weeks anyway, so Even if he was tradable, would not be able to get him. I like how that's become the entire goal of this series now, other than like developing our young pieces and following Mullet's career around. Jokic looks like he's going to be a career Nugget, but he is regressing. But he's still averaging 17, 8, and 7, so I wouldn't say that to his face. Hey, Jokic, you're regressing. Drops a 30-point triple-double on my head. Cade with Detroit, still 26 and 8. We thought about trying to trade for him. Tried, as a matter of fact. How's Towns doing? Still pretty good. He's 37, and he wants to re-sign. Yaki scoring went back up, but back down this year, even though he's shooting the ball better. Murray Boyles moved down to the 4. His stats are pretty similar. Garland's still an 85. They kind of benefited from that Brandon Ingram trade because it set him up to have 2 good point guards. It set him up for our trade. Tyron Stokes is a 90. They were able to sign him from Memphis. Huh. Maybe they'll still give us trouble in the playoffs. Who knows? Dillingham to the Rockets. Zach Edey now of Slime. I think I'll do them a solid, and I'll make him able to play the 4. So that way he could basically be Wemby. He could play the 4, and he could have another center play. Because right now they don't really have a good center. Or sorry, a good power forward. They have several good centers. Spurs. The Suns after Luka left. Probably left at a good time. Booker's starting to regress, even though he's putting up 27. Wouldn't say that to his face either. Sonics. Oh, Jared McCain is hurt. Ooh, spinal injury for McCain. This is now his at least second season-ending injury. He has a D+. I guess those are his stats as of right now because of the injury, but man. Shea. Broken left ankle 6-8 weeks. Not season-ending. Elijah Arenas is up to a 90, but just 14 a game. Halliburton, 27 and 9. Tatum, 27 and 6. Do they have enough help around him, though? Not sure. Nathan Solomon, good player. Tried to trade for Scoot. I'm glad we ended up getting Darren Peterson, but Scoot was a trade candidate at one point. Swan Castle leading the Warriors looks weird, but it happened. Debansa we thought about briefly. Edgecombe I keep accidentally clicking on, and it makes me want to. It makes me think I'm trading for him, but I don't want to. Tony Garma is up to a 94. He's averaging 22, 7, and 8. Top 3 pick out of Croatia a couple years ago. So why did they trade for Eamon Thompson? I don't know. I don't know. Matas Buzeles doesn't look like he quite reached his ceiling. 10-point per game guy. Mobley is hurt right now. Maxwell Knight. Okay rookie season. He's playing better this year. Ja with the Celtics. I think for the first time now is the highest rated Celtic. He was 3rd when he got there. Interesting. Wemby with the Clippers. His best teammate is a center. That's probably not great. Brandon Ingram, his second full season there, hasn't been as good of a scorer. Jacob Furphy, 15 a game. Grizzlies, they drafted those 2 point guards back to back. Still have Michael Brown. don't have the other one, but now they have Beckham and Black. It's developed pretty well. This Hawks team, Jalen Johnson's hurt right now for 2 to 4 weeks, so they're missing him right now. Pepsi, averaging 11.5, 5, and 2.5 off the bench. He's actually started 9 games. Interesting. Jaquez averaging 9. They've got some injuries at the 2 as well. And Bronny averaging 10, 4.5, and 3. Seems to have become a more reliable 3-point option the last 2 years. Still not an incredibly high volume, but the Heat still have Killa Ware. Jamie Thompson averaging about 10 as a rookie. Welcome back, Mullet. Guy needed help lifting a 300-pound sheet of steel. Oh, fun. The Heat got Jamie Thompson and De La Rosa at 1. That's not bad. I've just been kind of looking around at rosters. We did make another trade. It was the guy that we picked up for Maxime Reynaud. So just to have a third center again on the roster. Couldn't end up getting a pick out of him, but we did get a first for Edie, so that worked out, I think. So the rotation, Mayhop getting a big opportunity. Breeze will play again. Reynaud slots in as the third center. Peterson's still out a couple weeks. And we are about to go past the trade deadline. Before we do, I guess I should have been doing this too. Is there any team that should be trading off somebody? No. We can still make the playoffs. The Celtics are bad. The Sonics and Rollers are still bad in the West. Could the Celtics possibly trade off one of either Ja and or Jaylen Brown to one of the expansion teams? Sonics or Rollers? And would it make sense for one of those teams to acquire both players? The Sonics actually have a decent roster, but they have some injuries. The Rollers probably have an equally meh roster. The Celtics are bad, don't change a thing. Okay. Yeah, they still have Ja in his final year and Jaylen Brown in his final year, so somehow Jaren Jackson ended up with Ja again. I just realized that. It would make sense for them to trade, but if they really wanted to do it, they could do it themselves. So, and Cooper Flag's hurt right now too, so even if we were to trade for him, we can't. If he wasn't untouchable, I remembered the word. Yeah. All right, let's get through the playoffs. Let's go to the playoffs. We're still third in the East. Peterson's going to be back. Okay, Zion's out now, so that doesn't help. 15 points per game. We're losing for a while. That's why we have Diawara. John rises up like the Undertaker when he hears his name. We're still not playing Reynaud, Bryce, or Walter Clayton, but everybody else is going to get more minutes. Actually, sort of. We can give 2 more each to Mayhop and Miletich. So we go at 9 and 10. I'd love to see him over 10 rebounds and over 30% from 3. He's only 11 of 37 on the season, so again, low volume. I just remembered something I was going to check a long time ago. League history, NBA records. Is triple doubles not tracked? It's got to be tracked somewhere. I know it is. NBA history. No, it's going to be in stats somewhere. Hall of Famers. You can't sort. Oh, you have to go this way. Okay. You should still be able to sort them, so you don't have to scroll every time. But Hall of Famers since the series started: Steph, LeBron, Chris Paul, Russ, Paul George, Durant, Harden, Kawhi, DeRozan, Lillard, AD, Embiid, and Kyrie. That's still not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see triple doubles. League history, NBA records. Maybe if I sort by career. Yeah, here we go. Jokic, Russ, Oscar Robertson, Magic, LeBron, Luka, Jason Kidd. He's already 8th all time for triple doubles. Oh no. He's going to be second or third. He's fourth. He's going to be fourth probably within a year. And then he can start working on getting to first. All right, that's all I wanted to see. Let's sim. Now, are we going to fall a little bit in the standings? Probably, as we lose like 5 in a row. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know we've got injuries, but this isn't going well. The Celtics don't have Jaren Jackson or John in their starting lineup. Are they hurt? There's Jackson. Ja is hurt. And then we got the Hornets. Jalen Brunson's hurt. We should win these 2 games. We did. All right. I was gonna make moves. I really was. In our rotation, I mean. But I was like, these are 2 winnable games. We should win them. And we did. So right now, we're falling behind the top 3. We're in a clump with the Pelicans, Hawks, and Raptors for 4, 5, and 6, and 7. I don't want to fall to 7th. That would be disastrous because we could possibly lose in the play-in. Mayhop, under 40%. See, this is why I wasn't sure about extending Mayhop. How about Miletich? 8 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, over a steal, 43% from 3. You're a valuable piece out there. And again, with the connectivity stuff, like you help everyone else score. I just think we need our other scorers healthy. Like obviously Peterson, Zion isn't healthy. Giannis doesn't play, the whole game anymore. It'll be interesting to see Diawara playing more again. He's not shooting great so far, but he still averages 7.5 points. I think this is going to be the way we go for now. Bryce just didn't do enough for me, man. I know he was a draft pick in our first draft, but he hasn't developed like Swigo has, Swigo I can count on going out and getting 10 and 10 in a playoff game. Bryce might get a basket. So we'll keep simming. Peterson's healthy. We fell from 3rd to like 5th only, so. Burry's at 37% over Mayhop at 35. I'm thinking we're just going to have to let Mayhop walk at the end of the season. Unless there's just nothing else we can do in free agency but bring him back. If it makes sense to bring him back, we will, but he was playing just over 34 minutes a game, so we'll set it at 36. If Giannis could handle a little bit more, I'd give him 30. Is he going to retire? Yeah, he is going on the farewell tour. That's right. All right, keep it going. Fourth in the East. Who's the Slimes? Zion's back. That's big too. Diawara about 8-3. The shooting percentages just aren't there, which is why he's never been in the rotation ever since I started. But he's been able to carve out a roster spot this whole time, though, so kudos to him. Now we got to take somebody's minutes. Mitchell averaging basically what Edie was averaging, just in a different way, you know. Less free throws and more just putbacks or dunks or whatever. Can you download into it? Yes, you can. You can. There are several different hoops and several different ways you can do it. Several different hoops you have to jump through, or several different ways. But you can download individual players. As far as from a draft class directly, yes, sort of. I would have to look and see how to do that. But it is possible, yeah. Like I could, I know I can't do my scenario, but I can upload my draft class, or I could upload your individual player and tell you how to search for him once I name it. Can you do so within my NBA, or do you have to start a new one? Yeah. So let me see. Who do I give these final 2 minutes to? Zion. He should probably be playing more still. There we go. Okay, so you can go in and create a player at any time right here in options and then create player. I was also creating myself, but it didn't happen in time. And it also, this is my career player that I've barely played. And then I was making me from scratch as well. So if you have like a 90 whatever my career player, you can import him into a league if you want. There's also player DNA, which you take a player you've made and you save it, and then you can download it, stuff like that. But yeah, anytime. I used to create. I would download. What's his face? The other Ball brother. Not LaMelo and not Lonzo. He's so memorable with his songs, you know. Can't think of his name. But anyway, I used to put him into free agency. So how do I search for a player to download? Yeah, usually just by name or by description sometimes. But by name, yeah. What the heck's the other Balls brother's name? Can't think. Ooh, Giannis. Back spasms. Can play through. We hit 50 wins and we stay in. He wants to give Justice MVP again. He's going to have an interesting career because he's not going to score 20 plus per game, it seems. LiAngelo, yes, thank you. Thank you. He's going to be one of the better modern rebounders of all time, and he's averaging 12 assists at the center spot with 2 steals and 2 blocks. But if he's not going to be a dominant scorer, I don't think this deserves MVP again. Now, the leading scorer this year was only at 28 a game. Rosser at 15.5 with 8 assists. Seems pretty good. Seems better than Stokes or Halliburton, I would say. I think we give Rosser MVP. Laureano wins Rookie of the Year. 15, 6, and 7. Not a single made three-pointer. That's part of what made him a bust, I think. Dash Daniels, 6-man. Justice Will win Defensive Player basically every year. Billy Donovan, Coach of the Year. And Justice will continue to make All-NBA first teams every year. DeBoney, second team. 27 and 11. 5 assists. Not to be forgotten about, Mohamed DeBoney. Scotty Barnes on the Hawks, third team. Glad for him, Didn't dislike him on the team, just we had all those picks and I was still looking to get better. Possibly. Very good year. Let's see, I gave the MVP to Rosser, and it does not appear the Hornets have made the playoffs. That's a bit of a bummer. Well, might have been a Mickey Mouse MVP, but it did look like he had the best season. The Slimes, still the only expansion team to make the playoffs. We're several years in now. Seahawks, Supersonics, and High Rollers both eclipsed 30 wins at least. And then the Knights competing with the Celtics and Pacers over the Bucks to be bad. At least the Pacers are up to 30 wins. The Bucks still have yet to recover since trading Giannis. Let's go ahead and sim through the play-in. Giannis will be healthy. Heat get the 7 seed, and the Pistons back in the playoffs knock out the Raptors, so we won't have to deal with them. We will have to deal with the Hawks. Oh boy. And the West, Houston gets the 7 seed. The Kings hang on. They knock out Portland. Memphis are also knocked out. I'm still not seeing... Oh, there's Minnesota, 5 seed. Still no Lakers. Thunder still making the playoffs. The Suns, the 2 seed. And still no... Oh, nope. The Kings are the 8. Kings are the 8. Interesting team you got there, Luka. You had Booker at the very least, plus Mullins. Gave it up for the money. For the very, very similar money, by the way. It's not like they offered him $500 million more. But whatever. So we get Braden Burry's flu games incoming, as we're going to match up with Scotty and Bronny. Now, Luigi against Asa Newell, I like that matchup. Scotty against Giannis could be interesting. You're going to have to deal with Rizichet. But Darren Peterson, this is also, you could say, a revenge game for him, too. He wants to actually have playoff success. And he's going to have to beat his old team to do it. So, now I say he wants to have playoff success like they didn't win the finals previously. No, they did not. Did not win the finals. Yeah, my point stands. We're going to keep the 10-man rotation. Burries is going to play some, but not as much. One Zion playing. This seems to be pretty good to me. Before we get simming here, let's go look at stats for the season. Peterson, 25, 8.5 boards, 8 assists, a steal and a half, and a block. Just under 40% from 3, 53 from the floor. Very good season. One of his best. Not his best, but one of his best. Mate had his best, 15.5 points, 9 assists. Well worth the mid-first round pick we spent a number of years ago on him. Giannis, in what will be his final season, 15, 6, and 3. Not bad. Zion off the bench, 15 a game. Helpful. Burry's spot player here and there, 11 still. It may up to average 10. It's not like he was terrible, but worse shooting numbers. Doesn't pass the ball as well. Is what it is. Swigo almost averaged 10 and 10. 9.8 points, 10 rebounds. I'd like him to be a little more efficient around the rim. Considering he doesn't shoot threes, he actually misses a lot of twos if he's only shooting 43%. So Tyson, 9. Pradmolitic, 8.5. Raised his play a little bit this year. 3 percentage from 35 to 42. I like that. Plus minus actually went down. And he has first career double-double. What's the stat I was looking for? Estimated wins went up to 2 from -2. I like that. 7.5 for Diarra. Topic 7.2. Renaud played a little bit. Some of those stats are with the wherever we got him from, the Bucks. Mitchell Robinson, 3, about 7 rebounds, doing his thing. Bryce kind of did his thing as well at 1.6, and then Walter Clayton barely played. So let's get going on these playoffs. Maybe if we do reach the finals, I will actually save it for next stream because we're up against the clock here. But let's sim through the series, and then we'll check the box scores as we lose game 1. Peterson's going to have to play through a pinched nerve. We lose game 2. Okay, well, we're going to make some lineup adjustments. We lose by 13, and then by 1. Oh, by 1. Topic 0 of 6. We're going to need your minutes, buddy. We're going to need your minutes. I'll give you a 6-minute stretch. We win game 3. And we win game 4. Whew. Huge wins. Peterson triple-double in game 3. Giannis 23 points. Mate 21. Tyson 16 off the bench. Miletich 7 assists. Game 4. Another huge game from Peterson. Zion had 20. Giannis only 6 on 3 of 12. But we win by 21. All right, game 5. Peterson's fine, and we win. We've won 3 straight. This one by 33. Peterson's kind of taken over the series. Was taking 10 minutes off Nikola Topic. A series-changing decision. It looks like it. And Simcast. Burries is healthy. Fast. Very fast. Back and forth game. Getting a bit of a lead. Back and forth again. Oh boy, here we go. Simcast lately has been very close games. They're getting away from us. But not far enough. Ugh. They win by 3. Man, Peterson 28 and 10. Could have ended it right there. Couldn't do it. Scotty 13. Pepsi had 12 off the bench. The fans questioning if Pepsi was a better option to keep than Pride Miletich. Uh-oh. Did have 8 assists. The fans are throwing Pepsi bottles onto the court. I think we need more Burries. We need more Zion. And in his final game, let's give him 2 more minutes. Game 7. Atlanta Hawks, first round. We made the huge trade with them to get Peterson. Can't go out like this. Can't go out like this. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't let it happen. Down 2. Nobody's scoring anymore. Tied. Down 3. Up 1. Down. Up. Down. Oh boy. Can you get a stop and a bucket? They got a bucket. They take the lead! The Knicks! Magically in the last 10 seconds. Score, and then get a stop, and then take the lead, and then get a stop. Peterson, 30, 18, and 10. 20. Is that a new career high for Pride Miletich? It is. New career high. 20 points. Second leading scorer in Game 7. Huge game. 18 boards from Swigo. Giannis, interesting stat line on 3 of 15 shooting. Wow. Well, that's round 1. The Heat sweep the 2 seed Nets with Ant. The Rockets knock out the Luka-less Suns in 5. The Slimes get swept. Wow. Look at them starting Justice at the 4. He averaged 24 in the playoffs in the series against Jason Tatum. Wasn't enough. And Denver gets by Luka in 7. Could we have to contend with Denver here? Paolo, Jokic combo. They don't seem to have a point guard. It seems like it, even though he's basically taller than, bigger than any other player in the league. He's gone up against guys like Cody Williams, who's 6'8", 200. So next is Philly. They beat us last year in the playoffs. Maxey looks like he's regressed. Christian Collins and VJ Edgecombe, though, worries me. Dash Daniels was a 6th man. They still have Anthony Black. Kobe White, at the end of the bench. All right, let's see how we do. We win game 1. We win game 2. And we win game 3. That's a good start. It's a very good start. Well, we had a lead. Now we have a lead. Now we don't. Now we do. Now we don't. Now we do. Now we don't, and we do. We do. We still do. Now it's tied. Man, these simcast games have come down to the wire. Oh, they pulled away. They pulled away, and we stopped being able to score, and that was the final score. Zion with 21 leads the way. Double-double for Mate. 33 for Maxey, of course. Simcast Kurt. Yeah, we just can't get a sweep, can we? I could just not simcast it and could just sim it, but where's the suspense? This game's not looking too... Well, now it is. Now it's also, again, not looking too suspenseful because they pulled away. 149 to 125. Surely we don't blow a 3-0 lead, right? Peterson had 46. The scoring has evaporated the last 2 games. Surely it won't happen a 3rd straight game, right? Oh my gosh, a sprained right finger is going to keep Mate out. He's only day-to-day, but he's not going to be able to play. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Peterson at point, and we're going to bring in Burries, and that's going to give Mayhop some backup minutes. Stinks to lose Mate at this point, but Mayhop's going to play like 10. Topich will play like 10. We're going to need a big game from Burries. Peterson, of course. Miletich. And Swigo's going to get an extra pair of minutes. And we will not have Mate officially, as Washington's already advanced. The other series in the West is 3-3. All right, Simcast. Here we go. Nice lead to start. It's evaporated. It's gone. The lead is gone. The lead's maintaining about 5 points. The lead is gone. The lead is back. We are pulling away. We are pulling away. The Knicks will be back in the Eastern Conference Finals. No match for the Knicks, losing 115-109. Thank you, Ken. Whew. And we should have Mate back, hopefully. We will not have Mate back. In the elimination game, Peterson 28, Burries 18, Swigo 16 boards, Miletich at least finding other ways to contribute something. Held Collins to just 4 points in 10 minutes. He must have gotten hurt. Would be kind of neat to face off with Denver. Denver has beaten the Tatum and Halliburton-led Timberwolves. And then Golden State advances past Houston. Wouldn't mind it. Obviously, they've got great bigs. Ace Bailey's a good all-around player. Avdalas is decent, looks like. And then the weakness would be Dietrich Karl, who's been their starting point guard through the playoffs. Wasn't even playing for them in the regular season. They must be missing someone. They have Donovan Mitchell and Josh Giddey as well, both. And Peyton Watson injured, all three of them. All three of them, yep. Torn Achilles for Watson, torn MCL for Giddey. Donovan Mitchell still trying to get back. Well, that doesn't help. For Golden State, Timmy Gilliard's up to an 86. He was only an 80 last year's playoffs. They're missing Jaden Ivey, who's hurt. No surprise, unfortunately. And then the Wizards, they've got their starting five. Although, where's Alex Sarr? Off the bench. And Trey Johnson. And Eric Dampier. Good boy. They've got a 78 in the G League. No injuries, it looks like. Well, let's get through. We lose game one. Mate is back. Mate is back for game two. That's huge. Sorry, Topich. Burry's back to the bench. Mayhop back out of the rotation. Mullet, I want to play you this many minutes, but we need Mate more minutes and we need Zion more minutes, I think. Tyson's also playing really well right now. And then Breeze is only at 10. Oh, man. Just not enough minutes to go around. I think we'll go with that. Did not sim game two. Now we do, and we win. Game three, we lose. Denver's up 2-0, by the way. Do what you got to do. I don't want to bench you. I do think it still makes sense to have you starting. I'm not taking you out of the starting lineup. The 3-point percentage has gone away here. It's still 38. It's not like it's 30. Yeah, you could be Bryce James. We win game 4. We lose game 5. And the Warriors have come back to take a 3-2 lead now. Things are happening. We lose game 1 by 21. We win game 2 by 19. Is that? We lose game 2 by 28. We lose game 3 by 9. We lose game 4 by 24. And we lose game 5 by 21. I think I missed a game in there. Something weird happened. I don't know. Game 1, Giannis had 26. Game 2, Peterson, a huge triple-double. Game 3, Mate led the way. Game 4, Zion had 28. And Game 5, it was Peterson again with a triple-double, but not enough. So now what? Do the Wizards have any injuries? No. Boy. Looking at our bench, we know Diawara can go for 12 or for nothing. So Mayhop's typically a 10-point per game guy. Topic, his role's just gone away in the playoffs. We need Burries playing more minutes. It always ends up that way. We barely play him all season, then it's like we desperately need him to have more minutes. It's going to come at the expense of Tyson, despite him shooting the ball well. He just doesn't shoot that much. Zion shouldn't be playing that much. We need him to score. Mitchell maybe a little less in what could be his final game. Okay. Well, it could be over very, 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 very soon. We're going to give, I think, Peterson these last 2 extra minutes. And Simcast. Either way, it's going to be over very, very, very soon. Whether we're going home or whether we're going to the finals. How about watching a stream? It looks like you're not going to have to worry about it, as we have been eliminated. 124 to 114. And you led the way with 24. Oh, a new career high will not be put to use. 22 for Mate, 21 for Zion, 14 for Giannis in his final game. Burry's just 11, 1 of 6 from 3. Swigo just 3 rebounds. He fouled out, but played 36 minutes. Tyson maybe did need those minutes over Burry's. Peterson got hurt. I expect is what that means. Torn left elbow ligament, Darren Peterson. That would do it. We never had a chance. Did not take a shot in 6 minutes. Flashbacks of Tyrese Halliburton. And he's down. He falls down. Darren Peterson is grabbing his elbow. Oh boy. Well, it was a good run in only year 2 of a new coach, a new cast of characters. Castle will lead the Warriors over the Nuggets. 4 straight wins. And then the Wizards will finish it off. Stefan Jaksomovic, former pick 6, finals MVP. Devastating way to end. Crushing blow to end. Our new star gets hurt in game 6. Elimination game. Man, oh man. Well, we'll stop there. I'm going to have to find some expansion teams and all that for next time, but it was a really good season. Peterson hurt a couple different injuries. That's maybe kind of concerning throughout the season, and then gets hurt late in the playoffs. Absolutely, Mullet. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm glad you're having fun watching. And I'm still looking forward to doing more. We got 26-year-old Peterson here, along with 22-year-old Pride Militich. So the future's bright. I'm still going to look to see if we can't get Cooper Flag. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's like Dallas has been bad for so long. Why not just trade him to us, Just do it. Right now, he's still untouchable. They're buying, even though they're bad. I don't understand that one, but sure. The rookie report, first year of Octi's classes. De La Rosa leads the way in scoring, but Julian Wright played more games. Well, no, not really. Started more. De La Rosa played 78, though. I believe Mariano was Rookie of the Year despite only starting 24 games. He did average 15, 6, and 7, so. Big Mark with the Lakers. 13 and 6 and 3. Patel, Jamie Thompson. Donut. Tyler Rose only played 40 games. Interesting. Interesting class. We'll see how it develops. But that's pretty much going to wrap it up. Good pair of seasons to be 2 seasons and playoffs. No, it was just 2 full seasons, I think, because we started with the draft. And again, we're going to have lots of decisions to make. We're going to have cap space. We've got some cap holds. Giannis, we can let him off since he's going to retire. Mayhop's a big decision. Tyson, we can let go as well. Clayton. I mean, Zion only wants the minimum, so if we want him back, he can come back. And Renaud. So basically, we'll pick up your option, and then Mayhop will be possibly gone. But we'll see. I think that's it. The upcoming class, DeMarco Jefferson. Again, we don't know stats, which stinks. Basically Shaq, Marquise Cannon, Lando, YOLO Fro, YOLO, Halliday, sorry. There's definitely a player that I think is in this class that I'm just not seeing, so maybe he is not. Oh, wow. Aristotle over here. YOLO Fro. Most of these, at least the names and I don't know how in depth, but most of them are follower, subscriber created in his Discord, of which I have not joined yet, but maybe I will. I think that's going to do it. We'll save everything else for next stream, another off season. We ended up getting the first rounder out of Zach Edey, which was nice. Would Zach Edey have made a difference in the playoffs? I don't think so. Is there anything we could have done differently in last offseason? Other than maybe, just maybe, keep Pepsi around. If it hadn't taken Pepsi to get Peterson, he's going to be developing very nicely for them. Bull Dak Pepsi. But alright, Mullet, thanks for hanging. I think Shadow popped in briefly this stream. John Meme made another appearance. And some guy was trying to get me to give him VC for some reason. So, good stream. Good stream. Flag time. Yeah, it's raise your flags high. He's still surely coming to New York at some point, right? Maybe next stream. Who knows? Thanks for watching, Mullet. That'll do it. Godspeed. Safe travels. Enjoy your vacation. And I probably am going to stream a few more times other stuff. I want to stream Jedi Power Battles and finish that. And I actually reinstalled Madden because I want to do a mock draft from within Madden, so I don't have to edit a PowerPoint. So that'll do it. Okay, rip stream. So long. Goodbye. End of stream. Don't say anything about Madden. I was weak.